Hello, everyone, and welcome to To Be Diced Adventures. We are playing through The Dimensional Dial of Dr. Diago, a one-page dungeon submission by Andrew J. Young that is adapted for this campaign. I am joined once again by my beloved party, and I will go ahead and begin introducing them with Tarzan.
Hello, it is I, Tarzan. I go by day Tarzan82855 on all social media platforms. I am playing the ever so faithful and tanky barbarian Clucky McClockerson, a farm chicken.
Next up, we have McKenna.
Hey, I'm McKenna. I'm Lady Lynx, Lady_Lynx on TikTok, and I play Scree. He's a rat.
He's a rat. He's our favorite rat.
Better be.
Followed by KJ.
Hi, I'm KJ. I am KJ.cosplay on TikTok, and I play Petrichor, the adorable automaton cleric.
Next, we have Taylor.
Hello, my name is Taylor. I'm known by Nerdy Pinup Girl on TikTok. I play Xanthi, who is a variant human sorceress with a lot of issues and even more of a drinking problem.
And nobody else, right? Oh, wait, we have Victor.
Hi, I'm Victor. You can find me on TikTok as Victor_the Story Weaver, and I will be playing Borrow the Wandering Monk, who has a much better centered mind than me.
I do not miss those intros.
I missed them 100%. So, quick note, our wonderful Isaac can unfortunately not make it tonight. He will be back hopefully next week. We will, for the moment, have the lovely reborn warlock / rogue played by yours truly. That being said, last time on the Dimensional Dial of Dr. Diago, our party gained entry into this keep that nobody has been able to set foot into in over a century. As they began looking around inside the keep, they found out that it seemed to have been abandoned, as if everybody kind of locked up and just left, moving on with whatever happened in the past. Upon a discovery of a repressed memory, if you will, our wonderful sorceress Xanthi led the party through the keep to a tower that is seems to be the center of whatever is kind of going on with this second son. Upon getting inside the tower, they had to do a little bit of looking around, discovered a few things about what was going on. For example, the amount of people who were in Xanthi's shoes in their past. A brief interaction with everybody's favorite Maiden of Pain, Loviatar, and eventually we made our way into the laboratory, where the other 11 sacrifices, now undead, were there waiting for intruders, and the party had to take their time and dispatch them with a little bit of issue. Upon overcoming this obstacle, they made their way into a back study area where a important figure from Xanthi's past was found to still be clinging to life, despite the fact that they had been fused to the wall by some level of pyromancy that was at the hands of, let's say, another Xanthi. It was
Xanthi variant.
it was a short conversation away that this individual told you that there wasn't much time left. And upon inspecting the actual experiment in the tower, it was discovered that there is a very large mass that appears to be getting funneled sunlight from this perpetual sun in the sky, and it is going to wake up soon. That is where we are picking up today. So, to my wonderful party here, what's the next step?
Where did Clucky leave off?
I
I
will
have a question,
say-
Matt.
I bet a lot of people have a lot of questions. You choose what's in line.
Well, not about our situation, about character
Okay.
information. Do you want me to start rolling saves now or later? We talked about this earlier. You know exactly what I'm talking about.
Honestly, whenever you feel is appropriate, which may be every 6 seconds until you guys are out of this mess. It's completely up to you.
Let me choose the fated die.
If we're out of this mess.
If we're out of this mess.
If we get out of this
For the sake
mess.
of getting back in the scene, as far as I remember, we're in this kind of like study area, right? And then
For the
Clucky had
most
just
part,
gotten down.
Yeah, at least Xanthi, maybe Clucky as well, went through a door that led out onto a balcony where there was a very large hollow
Right.
chamber and several lenses feeding through some type of focus and then kind of beaming down like a laser into whatever is hundreds of feet below you.
I would say that going through that area, Laura wanted to get a better sense of it all. He would have exited to this area where that sunlight lenses thing is happening, and he would have reached for the wall of this area where those lenses are and everything, and he would have just slapped his hand on it, trying to use his tremor sense to get a better sense of like how are this wall and the connectivity between this wall and those lenses are, and whatever is below as well.
Okay, go ahead, give me a perception, just a general little perception check, see how things are going.
Not good. That's a 10.
10. Okay, alrighty. So you hit the wall, and we'll go up first because you said the lenses and stuff. You wanted to see what that was all about. So now, because this hasn't been described to our lovely blind monk, you do get the reverberations through the wall, and you see the structure kind of goes in, and the material, the vibrations, the frequencies change as it goes from stone to metal to glass. And you kind of start to get the layout of whatever this contraption is and how there's several of them kind of going up. You only get maybe two or probably two. They're spaced about 50 feet apart. When you go down, there isn't any more lenses. It's just kind of open space. But what happens, interestingly enough, is as your vibration is going down, you all of a sudden get a rush that floods your senses of a vibration coming up from this thing breathing. And even though it is well beyond your perception for your tremor sense, you get a very clear image of what appears to be an asteroid, or now that you know that there is breath, maybe an egg or embryo of some type that is suspended at the bottom of this chasm.
Okay. I suppose that after he feels all of that and he senses the vibration and the thing that's coming from below, he has a moment of, what is it that you all see?
Bagok.
Xanthi just kind of takes a moment looking at what's before her, and she turns to Borrow and she goes, there seems to be something very, very big down there, and it looks to be alive. There are these lenses and the sun, and it looks like it's pouring the sun in. From what I could see, it could wake up at any minute.
Laura has a moment where he just, the lenses, how are they connected to the walls?
So what you can see from looking up, it is just built right into the masonry. There is some architecture of, brackets bolting certain areas into the masonry of the tower. The lenses, of course, are mounted to the metal extensions that are coming from the outside going into the center. It appears rather well reinforced and has withstood the test of time. So it looks pretty substantial. Like it would take a lot to try to deactivate whatever is happening here.
Okay.
Could I roll an investigation to see if there's any blueprints or any schematics of that could be lying around?
Yeah, give me investigation.
That will be a 17 plus 3. That would be a dirty 20.
Dirty 20. Excellent. So, as you are looking about, there are definitely several tomes and scrolls that are just kind of laid about. As you're looking through some of them appear to be blueprints for parts, maybe this is where the lens is mounted, or this is a part but it's a rune that is inscribed by the crystal, or this is a spot that is something about it's kind of all disjointed as you're looking at it. And as you're kind of flipping through them, you hear a pained chuckle. Your efforts are valiant, but the whole design is here. And you can hear creaking as his arm taps the side of his head.
Your DMs.
Use my last fourth level spell. My only fourth level spell slot. Let me see if I can do.
Matt, would I be able to use my sense of smell to see if there is anything flammable, that I can smell in the area in the study?
Yeah, we'll give you another shot at a perception check and see how that's going.
17.
Not to be that good. Okay.
You said a 17?
Mhm.
You don't smell anything that's so flammable, paper, wood, things like that, but combustible, not necessarily. There's nothing that seems to have that hint of an accelerant in the area.
Gotcha.
So Matt, I'm going to sacrifice 2 spell slots in order to gain 2 more sorcery points.
Okay.
And I'm going to give myself another 4th level spell. I'm going to walk over to the individual fused into the wall, and I'm going to cast Dominate Beast.
So I'm going to let this happen because of the nature of the scene, and this is dramatic. However, in the future, this person is not a beast.
I thought when it comes to beast, it just means any sort of living creature.
Dominate Beast, I believe, would be for specifically the beast type. I could be wrong there. There's Dominate Person for humanoids, but then there's also Dominate Monster, which covers most things.
Okay, well then I could just back on that and just save my 4th level spell slot for something else.
That is up to you. Like I said, I'll allow it if this is something that you really want to do. The alternative, of course, you could take it back and save all your slots points and so on.
Anybody had? Is he Claybeard? Ooh, so fuck it. I'm going to go ahead and do Dominate Beast, I guess.
Okay. So I believe that requires a saving throw of some kind.
A Wisdom saving throw of 15.
Wisdom save of 15.
Yes.
That's a failure. He is yours.
All right.
You kind of see this take hold as you're kind of looking at him. You go to dominate him. And he looks up at you almost kind of like, what are you doing? And in that last moment, you see his eyes kind of like glaze over a little bit, and he almost hangs forward with his skin still stuck to the wall. But you can tell that your spell has taken effect.
All right. She's going to kind of lean in and get on his level, just go face to face with him as she just kind of doesn't touch him, but she touches the wall and just kind of leans against it. And she goes, "You're the one who started this. You'd have to know how to stop it. And I would love it if you would tell me how to do that."
So you have him dominated. He must listen to what you say. You can almost hear the tone in his voice change from, like kind of a feeling of nonchalance, of like hopelessness. Like, what's going to happen is going to happen, and that there's nothing that you're going to be able to do. But his voice changes, and it's almost monotone, like he is strictly doing the task that you are asking of him. And as a reply, he just takes a deep inhale, and you see his chest expand, and he just says, "It's too late to be stopped." The process has been over 100 years in the making, and we are in the final moments. We're not getting your audio.
Sorry about that. Kind of see her get a little bit frustrated with the response. She clenches her jaw and she just looks at him. She goes, "Okay, all right. Well, if we can't stop it from waking up, how can we defeat it?"
Even under your dominate, he starts laughing. And he just says, "How can I break this down simply?" And there's another shake in the castle. And he kind of like looks over towards that wall and he goes, "And quickly. There is such a beast whose only purpose is to destroy. That is at the heart of the world. I found this beast, and using a similar experiment to Project Archangel, which you were the greatest success of, this beast was made into something more. And now it's been incubated for a century under not a sun, but a direct portal to the elemental plane of fire.
So it's not a sun, it's a fucking portal?
He just told you that it is an open and working portal to the elemental plane of fire, which has been feeding its elemental energy straight down into an incubating, draconic apocalypse beast. And I'll go ahead and say it, because everybody who knows about Dungeons and Dragons is thinking it. It was, keyword was, at one point in its existence, a Tarrasque.
Oh boy.
Yep. I knew that was coming.
I'm gonna go to Google real fast.
Boy.
I will say that Barrow, at that point, he's been listening intently. And when the figure mentions that it's a portal, he turns and goes back close to this figure on the wall. The portal. How did you open it? Is there any other measures to opening another?
Opening another?
I like it.
Do you seek to drown this beast? Do you seek to drop it into the endless void of air? Perhaps bury it under an unimaginable amount of stone, as such is its normal incubation. Perhaps you have another destination for it. But whatever the plan is, it took many sacrifices just to open that portal.
What about moving the portal? I don't know.
It is waking up already.
Fuck.
Now, not to be the scream, kind of scurry over, not to be that guy, but I don't know if we could exactly stop that, as long as we could just, like, get out of here before it starts.
Ironic that it is but a rat that seems to have the most sense.
I get that a lot.
Clucky walks up to the speaking corpse. His chest starts to puff up a little bit as he looks down, confused as to how bones are talking right now. He reaches down and grabs it by the neck and begins to pull.
You hear choked, like very raspy coughs as you start pulling on it. And how hard are you pulling?
Hard enough to get him off the wall.
Lucky, wait.
Clucky stops, looks over at Barrow.
I do not think that it will survive being moved. And until we know that we have everything that we can access from his knowledge, we must be cautious, although we must be quick.
With that, Clucky releases the bones and steps back.
Bad fish food. Bad.
Borrow thinks for another moment as he just asks another question. He goes, magic. In this realm of yours, are there any sources of magic nearby?
Other than myself and the nightingale, I don't know of any others. Perhaps, I guess there are some who are across the moat. But if what I am sensing is correct, all of them out there might equal myself. But they don't come anywhere close to her potential.
The crazy one can get us out of here? Holy crap!
Borrow tilts his head slightly towards Anthe as he speaks to the group. I believe we will need to be on our way, and quickly, soon enough. However, there is a decision to make. If we are to continue through the dimensions, we need to be sure that we can charge the crystal and find a place where we can continue. Nevertheless, this thing below, once it wakes, anything that is here, I believe, will perish.
Yeah.
If I may, really
Yeah.
quick,
Well,
the cliff notes on that, you mentioned the crystal being recharged.
Yes.
What crystal?
I'll just look over to Xanthe.
Aura has a moment of, why do you ask?
You said it needed to be recharged. What is the purpose of the crystal?
Xanthe's going to, Bar is just going to tilt towards Xanthe, sort of giving her the decision to whether or not share that information with this thing, since it appears they know each other in some form.
Xanthe looks at this individual. She swallows and she just kind of laughs to herself and she goes, honestly, it's really none of your business, but we need it to get home. And is there anything I can do to charge this crystal? Is there anything here that we can use to charge this crystal?
Does it need any particular type of magic?
Arcane.
There is a focus of primal elemental energy just beyond that door.
I knew it. I knew it.
Oh no.
Boris is going to turn to Petrichor. Petrichor? Sort of just knowing that usually Petrichor has the crystal with her.
Them.
With them, sorry.
Hold on. Depending on what Matt answers with depends on my response.
Oh, Lord.
Oh, dear God.
Which one in particular, Matt, are you feeling?
How many are there?
Oh, God.
Oh my God, what is going
6.
on?
I'll get out a D6.
The anticipation.
We're rolling for it. Okay.
5.
Okay.
What is happening?
Okay. Don't worry about it.
Oh, God. Don't worry about it.
You can't see, you can sense that Petrichor has taken a defensive stance.
Okay. Baro just realizes that he doesn't hear a response or a change, and he just tilts his head a little more. Petrichor.
Yeah.
The crystal.
I have it.
Then come with me.
Where are we going?
To the light. Baro's just going to sort of extend his hand as he just starts walking through the door toward where the light is.
They'll take your hand, but as they walk, you notice they're staying as far away from Xanthi and this man.
Fair enough. Bara is just going to crouch after he passes the door. He is at the edge where the light is from the portal is going through. He's just going to crouch, still his hand extended, waiting for Petrichor to join him.
Everyone else will watch that as Petrichor's walking, their eyes are flickering around the room, and they're keeping a hand up against their chest plate where it normally opens to keep anyone else from getting close, and joins Baro. Because I missed the description of this place when the episode ended last time. What am I seeing?
You are seeing from your perspective, there is a wooden balcony that kind of leads out into a platform, and centered on that platform is a pedestal that has a red crystal that very, very, very bright red light is being funneled directly into. And from the bottom of the point on that crystal is basically a beam shooting directly straight down. Looking up, you can see the series of lenses going up. There's I believe that I said 4 or 5 that are pointed all the way up to the very top, and you can actually see this perpetual sun / portal directly overhead. And when you peek down over the railing, you see the beam of light going straight down the center of this hollow chamber, hundreds of feet until it is impacting the surface of what looks like a very large, round mass of earth and, just earth and stone, perhaps. And that's what you would think it is until you notice it is breathing. And you remain at 5.
Okay. How far is the pedestal from where I am?
Probably about 20 feet.
And is there like a space between it, or is there like a clear walkway to the pedestal?
Very clear walkway.
Okay. Because I don't have time to ritually cast Detect Magic, can I make an Arcana check to see if the energy of the crystal is different than the energy coming out the bottom?
Sure. Give me an Arcana check.
Please roll better than last week. That's better. 15.
15. It's not different. It's not changing form. Or like it, the energy is not changing form. It is being focused and condensed. So whereas perhaps what would be coming directly out, it's spread out. It's radiation that would be, you can definitely tell that the radiation from this portal is what is keeping this whole world superheated. When it gets to that point, whatever is being funneled into the top of the tower is just focused through the lens, focused through a lens, focused through a lens, until it gets down to that crystal where it is focused to its absolute tightest point and then shot directly at this beast.
Petrogor's gonna turn around and look at Barrow. I'm not sure what to do.
I believe if we hold the crystal under this power, we might be able to recharge it.
I don't know which end.
Well, only one way to find out.
I'm gonna take the crystal out from where I have it stored. I'm gonna roll for it.
Oh.
Okay. I am going to, with the crystal in both hands, stick it under the energy at the bottom of the crystal.
All right. You stick it you hold the crystal underneath this focused energy. You hold it there and you watch the beam break and is no longer being shot down the shaft. You watch the shaft go dark and you can feel the crystal start to heat up in your hand, and it's normal. I believe that I described it as like a teal, maybe like bluish green color. It is turning bright red, and you are watching it as it's getting almost too hot for you to hold. And when it gets to that point, I have to pull this away right now, or it's going to explode in my hands.
I'll pull it back and just kind of watch it for any adverse reactions or anything that might happen.
The glow dims slightly as it's no longer being forced, but it is still glowing bright red.
I think it's recharged.
you hear a deep, low growl.
Oh no.
Borrow has that moment of, then just like we spoke before, I believe we will have to hope, don't we? It's time to go.
I'll put it back in my storage clothes and then just huddle quickly out.
Yeah, Borrow will, alongside Petrichor, join into the study with the rest and just say, time to go.
Lovitar picks up Screep, puts him on the shoulder, and says, "Hold on tight."
Got it. Yay.
Uncanny.
Lovely.
Uncanny.
So good. I love that you got closer to the mic too.
Have to turn the volume down.
Isaac move.
Nice.
Clucky is still standing by the bones, waiting for you guys to let him know that he's allowed to kill it. 'Cause he's confused by it.
Xanthi's going to turn and ask him one more question. And she's going to ask him, is there any way we can slow it down until we get out of here? Like, if we destroy the lenses, will it slow the process or will it wake it up? That would be the question.
I believe it's almost time. It's never growled before.
We don't have time for this. Let's go. Clucky, drop it.
All right. With that, Xanthi is just simply going to pretty much just do cast. No, she's not going to cast anything. She's just going to walk away. She's going to walk past Clucky, and she's going to just look at him and go, do whatever you want to him. And she's going to walk away.
Clucky reaches back, grabs his great club, and just smashes it into the jaw of the skull as he walks and follows behind Xanthi.
As you're reaching for your club, you can make an attack roll to see just basically how effective as it is. But as you're reaching back, Xanthi, you're walking away, and you hear, "I should have started with you."
Oh, fuck.
Oh, God damn it.
Emotional damage.
Ugh,
Roll a hit.
Do all of us hear this?
Yep.
Am I still under the same emotion?
Should it change?
Xanthi,
I don't know.
Yeah, let's
You
see.
rolled earlier.
This is perfect. I rolled a 1.
Phenomenal. As soon as
The
I
dice
hear
want
that,
what the dice want.
the dice want what the dice want. As soon as I hear that, you watch Petrichor spin immediately, and I'm casting Sacred Flame.
Oh!
He cannot make a dexterity saving throw.
He's restrained.
So it's an auto fail.
Yep.
Let's roll some damage. Don't mess with the robot. Okay. 11 points of radiant damage.
And I rolled in that 20 for the club hit.
Oh, son.
Roll some damage for a crit. Crunchy crit.
Dang.
Clucky's gonna believe that he caused this flame, by the way. This is the great club. It's a D8. Oh god, this is brilliant. That's gonna be 3 plus 4. That's gonna be 7 on top of 8. 15 damage.
Okay, so in order, this is what happens. Clucky, you rear back with the great club as this whole thing happens, and the light just shines right down or before you get your swing off, and you watch it just illuminate this entire body, and it's before you swing, and in that moment, yes, you have that moment of, did I do that? And you're looking as it's now a charred skeleton. And in a moment, it lunges forward, and you release and pulverize it against the wall.
Xanthi, while this is all going down, is literally, she's just kind of standing, her back is turned, but her head's just looking back as they completely finish him off. And she just kind of sits there for a moment, takes in the sight, and she then just turns and walks away, kind of muttering to herself, and she goes, "It wasn't even worth putting a fucking hand on you like you did with me."
Gotta love that final.
I was truly
Goodbye.
wondering how that was going to go.
Clucky's just looking at the body, completely confused on how he just pulled off some sacred flame crap
Hey,
with a great club.
Fishwood, we gotta
And
go.
so begins the cult of Clucky.
Petrichor just turns and is like, with anger, just directly out the door, headed back towards the passage where we came from.
Xanthi is going to follow behind Petrichor and try their best to keep up with them. And if she manages to catch up to them, she's going to just kind of like stay alongside them and just be like, "I know we got to rush out of here, but you got to keep your chill." I know she's not one to talk when saying that, but she is also currently still on cloud 9, I think. How many hours has it been?
You just hear, it's, I don't know. What is
I think you were
time?
getting close. You were getting close to the end.
I think you said when we got here, it's been 9 hours. I think you said.
Okay, so I have like an hour.
Yeah.
Okay.
You
I'm going
just
to
kind
say
of
that-
hear Petrichor mutter under their breath after saying they got to keep their cool. Why did I immediately forget what I was going to say?
Pressure,
Happens
baby.
to the best of us.
Roll
I am
intelligence to see if you're-
malfunctioning all day.
No, you're supposed to roll for the malfunction. I mean, that's how that.
The
that's how that
malfunction's
goes.
up here. You just hear them mutter something under their breath before they speak up. Nobody threatens my party. And they keep walking.
I'm gonna say that Bara, as soon as everybody exits that room, he literally just says, "Go," and dashes. Hoping that everybody will follow.
Let's run! Save our lives.
Scree, your mount takes off. That being said, I'm assuming
love it.
everybody's in a full sprint, and as that begins,
Flying.
there is another shake, and that dull growl is louder and more pronounced. Petrichor, 4.
Oh boy.
Oh God, the
Oh,
numbers.
boy. Okay.
The numbers make me nervous.
Just so we're clear, Clucky's not running; he's flying.
That's
As
fair.
your faster mode of transportation. As much as you can fly inside, you are doing so. I'm thematically, like, anytime that you can get a full sprint, or you don't have to tuck your wings in, you are flying. But other than that, you're like touching down, running through the place, taking off again.
I love it. I love it.
I mean, if you really want to, you can go out the top
Right.
of the tower. Fuck you guys.
Probably not.
You mean
And I'm out.
for the fire portal energy?
Well, it's not like right on. It's not like a golf ball sitting on a tee. There's like it's up in the sky, but yeah, you
Just
can
gonna
fly
leap
up
through.
Cluck could be like,
through the
cheers.
beams, baby.
The
I
party
think Clucky would have been that smart.
begins to flee, and you run through that hallway into the laboratory, stepping over the bodies of the sacrifices, and you open that door yet again into that main hallway. And in this hallway, who was not there previously, has returned. And Scree, as you are running through, also to Lovitar, who is not here, Loviatar is cackling.
Oh no.
I mean, we're not stopping.
No,
I
we're
understand. So Scree will come like the moment like we're running by. And it's like the.
She is cackling, and I believe that up front is probably going to be not Borrow. Borrow can't go first. Borrow would run into walls.
No, he
Well,
Let's go.
Blind sense, baby.
Blindside
True,
and
Blind
Trenton
sight.
both together,
True,
literally just
true.
smacking the wall throughout the whole time, just to make sure that he just
like
a
a kid with like a kid with a stick on a white picket fence. You're just running through the hall.
Yeah.
Seeing stick. Seeing
I
stick.
mean, honestly, all he needs is his own steps.
Yeah. So, yeah, it's probably Borrow first with Xanthi Petrichor between, and then Scree Lovitar. Oh, Clucky's probably up close with Borrow, but Scree Lovitar are probably doing the anchor here. Everybody just keeps running through, and you follow them. And as you're getting through the front door of the tower, you hear through the cackles, "The pain is about to begin." And another tremor hits the ground, and I need everybody to make a dexterity saving throw.
Oh shit!
I knew this was
Would you
coming.
say a disadvantage for me?
No, I wouldn't say disadvantage, but
Okay.
no, we're not like that. But
Is this an effect that I can see?
no, it is the ground all of a sudden being shaky.
Well, he's flying, so doesn't that not apply to him?
Okay.
He's flying.
I'll
It
buy
doesn't
that for
apply to
$1.
me.
I'll buy that for $1. Clucky
Okay.
doesn't have to make the save.
And since I already have
I need to
inspiration, you can
roll.
totally give it to Clucky.
I need to roll for Lovitar. Scree being on Lovitar's shoulder, you do still have to make the save.
Got a dirty 25.
I have a 17.
17.
I
Got
also
it.
have a 17.
Got
I
it.
had a sexy 18.
Sisters.
18. Alrighty.
Just
So
pull
you
another
all
mister.
kind of get like knocked for a moment, and it kind of just like breaks your stride. But in that moment afterwards, you're able to hit the ground and start beating feet, and you just keep going right for the main exit. You are now out in the open. Borrow, are you now taking somebody's hand, or are you still just like, because now there's no walls around you? It's kind
Yeah,
of
I mean, the
your
moment that he
cover
would enter an area that it's like not as easy to hear and like guide himself, he would have probably taken a moment of like pause.
Pause. The next people right behind you would be Clucky and then Xanthi Petrichor.
Yeah, he probably would have
So-
just like, as soon as he could hear the area that was about to enter this like open space, he would have just like exit, moved to the side, and just sort of so that others can keep running. And he would have just waited hearing them, and then by hearing them, he would then follow through.
Alrighty. So you are heading directly for that wide open gate. There is the bridge going, and as you're approaching the bridge, due to the distance, it would be those who can see. Everybody is like, there is a line of people around the moat that are just looking in, and they all look confused. And as you're about to hit the bridge, there's another tremor, and you watch them start to panic.
Oh shit.
Damn.
You are continuing to run. You get all the way. You get over the bridge, or you get onto the bridge, and you're watching. Some of these people are, grabbing bags, grabbing boxes, trying to load up carts, trying to get onto mounts. Some people just dropping what they're holding and taking off in a sprint towards the city. Some people, trying to go into some sort of shelter that they have there. Nobody knows what to do in this situation. Everybody is just going off of pure instinct. And with that, now you are outside, and you can hear a roar that would put the Balrog of Morgoth to shame.
Oh, no.
And with that, a tremor goes through the ground, and you watch the drawbridge like a whip under your feet. I need everybody to make a dexterity saving throw at disadvantage.
No.
I don't like this at all.
Except for Clucky or Fly.
No!
I need to
It's
make one
not
for
the worst, but
Lovitar.
it's not great. Oh no! This is appropriate though.
That's a 15 for me.
15.
It's
Okay.
a 5.
Petrichor, 5.
Fuck.
Xanthi.
13.
Fuck. I got 1 rage left. 1 fucking rage.
Did you get a 1?
Me no. Oh, sweet fucking Jesus.
Oh no!
Where? Oh, you rolled with your dice?
Mhm.
Oh. Okay. Alrighty. Scree.
13.
13. Lovitar, by association, Scree. And Petrichor, with this, you are knocked off of your feet and have to stop yourself before the edge. Xanthi, you are falling off the edge.
Fuck. Plucky is dashing.
Plucky,
and
This is why you are flying.
yep. Plucky dashes.
I will.
as soon as he sees the body flying.
You start flying, you start heading directly for Xanthi. You're looking up, you see silhouetted silhouetted in front of this faux sun, the spread, almost angelic wings of a muscular humanoid form reaching out for you. I will need Clucky to make we're going to call this an athletics check.
Okay.
And this is going to determine the DC for Xanthi's dexterity saving throw.
Okay.
Wait, what's going on?
Clucky
He's trying to
is
catch-
Trying to
making
catch him.
a strength check to reach for you, and depending on how well he rolls, that's going to determine the DC for a dexterity saving throw for you to grab his hand.
You should be praying is what's going on, basically.
To this angelic being,
Yes.
who may or may not have a
We have
cult.
a cool god if you want to pray to her.
No!
You know what? I'm going to pray to the god that is Clucky, because there will be a cult of
Yes.
Clucky at some point in this campaign. So I am praying to the god that is Clucky, because right now he is the one thing that is keeping me from life and death right now.
14.
14. Xanthi, dexterity saving throw, and your DC is 6.
So it's my roll plus 6.
No,
No,
your
the
the
DC
DC.
is
You
6.
have to beat a 6.
Okay.
Roll a 6, please.
Okay, please. All right, that would be a 8.
Oh, thank God.
All right.
Good. Good.
So Clucky, you reach forward, and you are just the claw reaching straight forward, and Xanthi, in that moment, you just reach and grab, and it's just almost perfectly in sync the way that once he does that, swings, and with the momentum, Clucky, you arc back up, and you're heading to the top of the bridge. And as you arc back up, you are watching bodies fall into the moat of people who were too close to the edge. And as they hit the ground, you watch fissures open and magma starts to come out and take form, charging for these people.
We don't have time.
Xanthi's just going to be watching this happen as she's like hanging on to Clucky, and she's just going to look up and just be like, thank you for that.
You fly back to the top, you drop Xanthi on her feet and keep running. And at this point you look and you see your 4 giant striders, and there are 2 people trying to untie them from the post that they're attached to.
Xanthi pulls out her fucking crossbow and immediately shoots it at the
Petrichor is also taking a
individual.
shot.
All right, both of you roll to hit.
That
You know
would
what?
be
Falling in line, Lovitar is obviously going to Eldritch Blast.
that'll be a 16 to hit.
15 to hit.
Right. 15, 16, and a 22. Oh, wait, 2 blasts. Let's roll again. even with a natural 4 making it an 11, that's still a hit as well. So both crossbow bolts, 1 goes in each, and then 2 Eldritch Blast, 1 in each as well. And I'm not even going to make you guys roll damage, because once both of these things hit, those individuals, just like, you know, the crossbow hits the first one, the second one turns and is just bombarded, and those 2 individuals drop to the ground. You keep sprinting, and there is another even bigger quake, and you hear crumbling and rumbling. Who do I want to give this to? Scree on Lovitar's shoulder.
Yeah.
Hearing this, and you turn around, you watch as that tower starts to fall, and the walls of the keep start to fall inward on themselves.
Gotta go!
I love
There
that.
are your
for us.
striders. They are
Get
still
on it
tied
and
up.
get
It's going
going.
to take you a second to just
Cut the rope.
Cut the
Plucky.
ropes.
Yep,
Cut
I
the
see it,
ropes.
Tarzan. Just
Cut
it
the
doesn't
ropes.
take much, just one fell swoop, all 4. You just take all of the reins and cut them free, and you are able to. Not going to go through it. You guys know how you guys get on mounts. You go and you mount up, and you start heading your way. And as you are going, there are people who are riding some some weird scaled lizard-like creatures, you know, that are down on all 4s. There's actually 1 or 2 people with proper horses. There's a lot of people that are just running. Some of them, you know, pulling wagons with their hands. And you guys are almost at the front of this pack as you are just taking off. And with that, there is yet another tremor, and anybody who looks back sees a pile of rubble start to rise from this ground. And as it begins to fall away from a form, you see a head with horns, and then an arm, and a second arm, as this thing pulls itself up, and it is the largest thing any of you could even fathom to understand. And to borrow with tremor sense, it is just noise. There is too much chaos to get any sort of pinpoint on what might be happening. But you hear that roar yet again, and it reverberates right through to the very core of every single one of you. I need everybody to make a charisma saving throw.
Oh, sweet.
Oh,
Good at
Lord.
these!
You got a +1. Okay, cool.
Oh no!
That will be a 23, good sir.
23. Xanthi is good. Who did it?
No! No! Baby Petrichor!
I have a +6 to this fucking roll, and I rolled a 1.
The nat 1 is going around the group tonight. Oh,
Yeah, it made 2 stops.
I
You
rolled
got
a
it
nat
too!
1.
You rolled a no.
I got
Okay.
11.
Ah,
We're in this together! We're in this
and-
together!
I got 14.
I rolled a con saving throw. I rolled a con saving throw because of the tremor sense thing being like something so loud would,
Yeah.
you know, the senses of Borrow being more sensitive, and that one was well. And then you said charisma, and I was like, oh, fuck.
can I like take 2 of my points and give them to each of them so they're 3s instead of nat 1s? I'll use my inspiration.
I have inspiration! I'm using my inspiration. Thank you for that reminder.
Does anybody have inspiration to pass around? Lovitar does not. I checked.
Can I give Borrow mine?
Oh, I,
You have
wait, I
some?
have
is that?
inspiration.
Fly bat this way. Come on.
15!
My
The
inspiration
15.
would've been
15, okay.
14.
14, okay.
11.
So,
Remember our
Borrow,
inspiration.
let me double check here. Scree. And I know that Xanthi had super high. Clucky, what did you have?
23,
11.
baby.
11. I need to roll for Lovitar. 15. He just makes it. Okay, so Plucky, Spree, and Borrow, you guys fail to save. You are frightened. You will have disadvantage on ability checks and attack rolls if that comes up. Until you can no longer see the source of your fear. Guess what? It is the landscape. So I don't think that you're gonna be outrunning your fear.
He's gonna go ahead.
You
and,
know,
dig into Lovitar's curl in his stomach. Like,
That's
you
a
know,
good
Matt.
one.
Now that you
No,
tell us
sister.
what the effect was, I think I'm under that effect regardless.
Well, that is self-imposed, and basically
Still.
with the fact that you failed, though, I didn't re-roll. That also could have happened.
Well-
that would have been funny. I'd love to
Still
see
scared.
what happens if I get a 1 again.
I would be in so much trouble.
Oh, absolutely. So you keep going, and those who are able to look over and see watch as this thing just begins to tear into the keep. There is rubble flying everywhere as it is, just tearing into every single piece of anything that is standing. And on the wind that is created from every single one of this thing's strikes, you hear screams from dozens of people that couldn't get away in time. And you just keep going. As it appears, it is currently occupied with destroying the keep itself and everything around it. And it's probably a solid minute as you are still going. You were a good distance away from the city, and you are now just in a full sprint. And after a little bit, those who look behind them as well see this thing, look around, and then look up. And as it looks up, you watch two wings that must be miles long extend, and in one solid beat, you watch its form lift off the ground. And as its wings come back up for the second one, that's when the shockwave hits each and every one of you. I
Oh
need
my
everybody to make a strength check for me. And I need 4 volunteers to make checks for your mounts.
Sure. Because I ride my own
Sure.
mounts.
You said strength check, right?
Yes. Remember,
I'm so scared.
checks are at disadvantage if you're afraid.
Bitch.
Oh no!
If
Oh,
I'm
so it's
inside of
disadvantage?
Lovitar's stomach, do I
Yeah.
have to
Fucking
make
18, baby.
Disadvantage.
Fucking 18.
Ah,
Are you kidding me? I rolled a
Shit,
nat
it dropped.
20.
okay,
Oh,
that could be
no.
worse. What am I rolling for the mount?
Just roll the d20. I'm going to really quick pull up their
Victor,
stats.
was that your first roll?
Oh, I rolled. It's a disadvantage. I rolled a 7 or something,
disadvantage.
and then I rolled a nat 20.
Oh, okay. I was
What
about
we
to
do for
say,
the
if you
mount-
rolled a nat 20 first, I would have been willing to give you my inspiration for a flat roll, but you rolled a 7 first.
What are we rolling for the mounts? Animal handling?
just
Uh,
flat?
We're
roll
rolling a
d20
save for them.
plus 4.
D20
Plus 4?
That is my animal
Yeah, they have a
handling.
plus 4 strength.
I'm in trouble,
Matt-
you
Matt
guys.
23.
Ladder tot. If
What
I'm inside
did you just tell me?
if I'm inside Lovitar's stomach, do I have to make the strength check?
Yeah, but
Fair
you're not
point.
going to go too far.
All right.
Have all the
Lothar has to make it
done?
a strength check.
Oh, that's still.
There it is. That's the button. Okay. There's that. Let me double check the check. Okay, so let's start with mounts. Number 1, who is mounted? Petrichor. Xanthi solo, I think. Lovitar would have one. And then Borrow by himself? Or is Borrow with somebody?
We've never let Borrow be by himself.
So you guys just have an extra mount?
I'm pretty sure we did.
Or-
Yeah.
Yeah, we had an
Interesting.
extra that we were just trailing with us.
Well, there's
We'll
some
ditch it.
commoner on that way off in the distance, probably. Because I don't think that you guys would bring along the last one just in this dire time of need.
That's fair.
We didn't need that fourth
Sorry,
one. We're good.
Your mate's like, wait, we forgot one. Let's go back.
No, thank
Okay.
you.
So, that being said, riders here. So, first of all, I'm going to do a d20 for Lovitar because he is a rider. Roll. And then +4. That is not very good. So not only does
For the mount?
his mount get
I
tripped
rolled
up and
for the
fall,
mount.
Lovitar tumbles as well and is prone on the ground because he
24
also
now.
failed his save. Oh, you wanted to roll for the mount?
Yeah, I got
You already
a 20.
I apologize. You got a 20?
I
Alrighty.
did. I could show you.
So the
Well,
mount is
Lovitar
fine,
still
then.
failed.
Lovitar still failed. So Lovitar falls off of his mount, and that
Okay,
keeps
so
going. So Petrichor, you had a mount. What did your mount roll?
A 10.
10. Your mount falls as well. What did you roll?
15.
That is a pass. So you are able to kind of hit the ground and roll. You're not prone, but you are off of your mount. I believe, was it Xanthi that rolled for her mount?
I was asking if all the mounts were rolled for. I can roll for mine now if I
Wait,
need.
if I'm in the same mount as Xanthi, assuming that obviously Petrichor cannot ride hers, Lovitar is with Scree, and there's only a third mount. I'm assuming that third mount with Xanthi would be Xanthi and myself.
Sounds good.
I already rolled for it, and I ended up getting a 23.
Absolutely beautiful. So your mount is fine. How did you guys do?
I am definitely falling off because I rolled a 9 with disadvantage before rolling a nat 20.
Fuck me.
I got an 18.
Uh-huh.
Could I possibly try to reach out and grab Barrow before he falls off?
You know what? Same rules of what just saved your ass. I'm going to have you make a athletics check, and that's going to determine the DC for Barrow to make a dexterity saving throw.
With
While
advantage
that's
because I
happening-
have my staff and I use it to try to send it? No?
Yeah.
All right, so
With
make an
advantage.
athletics check.
I'll give it to you.
All right, athletics check 8 + 1 would be 9.
Athletics check of 9. Okay. All right. That means, Victor, your DC is 11.
And it's a dex save.
Come on.
Dex save.
You're Dexy boy. You got
And
this.
he has to be disadvantage.
Come
still on the
on.
Not a saving throw. Saving throws are fine. Not checks are at disadvantage.
screen. Oh, 15.
All right, so you reach out, and in that moment that you come free, Barrow, you watch as your senses go blank, as you are no longer in contact with anything for a moment, and don't even need the staff with how things were rolled. You put your hand out just like in the direction of where you know things were, and you all of a sudden feel a hand grab your wrist, and you grab on right afterwards. And Xanthi is able to, you kind of get dragged for a moment, but when your feet kind of hit, you're able to catch the actual mount and start pulling yourself back up. Clucky,
I didn't
even though
realize
you were
that.
airborne,
Yeah,
you
I
have to
didn't
roll
realize-
this one.
I know. I rolled a 9 thinking I was rolling at disadvantage, but I rolled a 22 first time. So
You were frightened, yes?
yes, I thought you said
So
on
this-
on saves we don't have to roll at disadvantage.
This was a
It
check,
was a
not a
strength
save.
check to
Oh.
try to stay up.
Oh, then yeah, that's a 9.
So just the pressure wave of the air hits you, and you are knocked out of the air and prone on the ground. How high were you maintaining while you were flying?
Shit.
Oh,
I'll
fuck.
probably say overhead, probably 20 feet at least overhead of the party.
Please don't kill our barbarian. I don't have any more spell slots.
That is
It's only a D6.
6 points of bludgeoning damage because you fell 20 feet, so that's 2d6.
6 points. I am.
Yep.
Damn near dead, guys. Damn near. What I'm
No!
saying.
So, doing a roll call. Lovitar, Scree by association. Clucky, and Petrichor on the ground. Lovitar and Clucky prone. Your
One mount running.
so Lovitar and Petrichor, your mounts take off. Xanthe, you can see behind you that you have two mounts that are kind of riding near you. They are on the ground behind you.
Oh shit! So Xanthe, upon seeing this, immediately stops the mount, and she's going to immediately run back in the direction and with however far it takes and stop where they're at.
Question.
Yeah.
Being that I probably heard the falling of Petrichor and Lovitar, and I can still hear the mounts running next to us, could I attempt to jump to a second mount?
Hold on.
You can certainly try.
Oh, blind zone
no.
this shit. Come on, let's go.
Matt, so
Yes?
you said my mount took a tumble. I landed.
Yeah.
Would there
that's
be
right. Your
enough
mount did take a tumble.
buffer time for me to get back on it before it kept going?
Roll animal handling. Borrow, you can make an acrobatics check.
I don't trust any of my dice. We're gonna use
That's
the
a
green
nat
one.
20.
Let's
Borrow,
go.
you're frightened.
Fuck me.
I would like to
Oh,
use
I
inspiration
see the
on
disadvantage.
Victor, so he is my inspiration on Victor, so he gets a flat roll. So that will be his
And
nat
you-
20.
Your nat 20 stays because of
Oh no.
Taylor's
Okay.
inspiration. Absolutely.
Thank God.
So
Because
I'm
the
rolling
next
this
one-
at disadvantage.
Yep.
We don't need any more fucking
Please.
problems right now.
No. That's a 3.
So you kind of get up, you see this thing getting up, and you're like, no, stay, and it just keeps going, and you are mountless. Borrow, on the other
Yes.
hand, is able to leap over, and you get that moment, you're like, it's right there, it's got to be right there, and you have that moment where it's almost a leap of faith as you let go, and you can't see anything for that moment until you land on this mount, and you're holding it.
Upon Xanthe, feeling Borrow rush from the saddle, she's gonna look back, seeing him on she is immediately gonna call out to Borrow and just be like, "This way! They're back here!" And she is pretty much going to give off a series of hias, get them to go faster for Borrow to follow her accordingly.
All right, so you're able to turn around and start coming back.
Yes. Question. As we are going back, are we getting anywhere near the mount the Petrichor's mount that tripped?
I would say that, just kind of thinking about it, Xanthe would be potentially turning in front of it.
So I wouldn't have time to do something before it passes the area where we are.
You would not.
Oh, it's the end.
Clucky's
But
gonna
also
stand back
keep in
up.
mind, I can give Petrichor my mount, and I can get back on with you, Victor. So
Clucky's gonna get
What
back
about the
up
rest
and
of
take
us?
flight, and he's
yeah,
gonna
fair.
pick up Lovitar
Okay.
and fly Lovitar to the stray mount.
As
Fair.
Lovitar is kind of is that what you want to do?
I mean, if it's heading in the same direction that we need to go, might as well fly him to the mount.
Okay, so as Lovitar kind of gets up, he kind of looks down, just goes, "You all right in there?"
Yeah.
Every time.
I love your Lovitar voice.
And he just kind of takes off, and as he kind of looks over, sees you coming, goes, "Yep, this is helpful," puts his hand up, and you have Lovitar in your arms. In just a moment, Xanthe, you are able to lead Borrow over to where Petrichor is. So,
All right. As soon as we get there, Xanthe is going to dismount. She's going to try to help Petrichor up as quickly as possible, and immediately she's like, "Get on the mount." She's going to then take control of the mount that Borrow is on, and she's going to immediately just start telling everybody to start hauling ass.
all right. The shuffling goes around. Alrighty, so
Uh-oh.
you guys keep go. You guys get back onto your mounts. You're Clucky. You're able to drop Lovitar onto his mount, and you guys start taking off. You keep going, and again, anybody who can look over, seen this thing has risen into the air, and it is a very long way into the air, and you see it kind of like stop, its wings beating, holding it in place as its mouth opens, and you watch a stream of red energy start to coalesce from this portal, and it starts to swallow it.
Oh!
As that happens, you start watching veins light up, extending all the way down its body, and you are heading straight for the city. You are almost to the outside edge of the city. Petrichor, riding a mount by themselves, 6.
Oh, fuck.
Oh my god! Oh no!
So, question.
Oh no!
Oh, fuck. Oh, God.
Oh no!
Question. Is there just only a straight path and just woods around us and the city in front of us, or
no
can...
woods. It is just
Are
open
we able-
field, and you're about to head into the city.
All right,
Not even
Xanthi's-
field. It's just like sand and rough, like dried. It's like
Yeah,
a
dunes.
desert where you are.
Yeah.
Xanthi,
Question.
Oh boy.
upon witnessing this, is going to scream out, "Turn!" And she is going to pretty much like try to turn away from the city, away pretty much out of the trajectory of this, where this beam is going to be going. If the beam's going this way, I'm trying to go this way.
Question:
Alright.
Is the dial in the city?
Mm-hmm.
It was on the outskirts
okay.
of the city, yeah.
Fuck.
Yeah, we ain't got time to deviate. We
Oh
gotta
shit,
go.
we don't have time to turn. Never mind.
Oh.
Smash that shit. Xanthi keeps her mouth shut. She just tells the thing to go faster.
Good thing you
Maybe
mentioned that,
lie.
because with that, you all feel like that's a good idea. I need everybody who is riding a mount to make an animal handling check to try to push your mount faster.
That would be a 19 plus for animal handling, you said?
Animal handling check. Check. Check 1,
19
2.
plus 2. So that would
If I,
be
considering the fact that I'm on the same mount, if I help, does that remove the disadvantage?
Xanthi rolled for you.
21. I'm driving.
Can I also
Yeah.
help Lovitar?
Xanthi's not frightened. Only
So
Ah, right.
I technically would not be frightened anymore. However, I'm gonna roll at disadvantage anyways.
You're still frightened because of the effect from the Nightmare Beast, whatever you want to call it. But you
Nightmare
are no longer having your condition from that. So you're not bound to react like entirely in fear, but you are still frightened of that.
You know, I'm also gonna roll this to see what direction I end up going. Ooh, that's a natural 1.
Okay. Lovitar got
But
a
we're
dirty
still
20,
going forward.
thanks to the advantage from Scree, who
Scree.
is not here. It appears. There you are. Hi.
Yeah.
So Lovitar and Xanthi are able to kind of push their mounts and end up getting them going faster. And maybe it's because of your newest role, Petrichor, but you are not able to get this thing to take you seriously enough to start going faster. You're falling behind.
I would say Clucky being overhead. Would he take notice to Petrichor trailing behind?
Absolutely. I'm treating you as the guardian that you are, keeping overwatch of everybody, making sure nobody falls behind or anything like that.
Gotcha. Clucky's going to fly down to Petrichor and try and assist to see what's going on.
Okay. You fly down, you see You see Petrichor's trying to get their mount kind of to move a little bit faster, but Petrichor, what else does he see?
You see an expression on their face you don't think you've ever seen before. Like, Petrichor can't get drunk, but if they could, that's what's happening.
What is going on?
I wish I
And
could say
between-
that I made this effect. I just rolled for it.
How much weight can this mount carry?
Enough for Petrichor. We determined that.
So 2 300-pound individuals would not be able to ride this thing.
Probably not. They are a large creature with 18 strength. I can do that math relatively quick.
Can Clucky grab a hold of Petrichor and fly Petrichor, or is Petrichor too heavy?
I would have to rage in order to do so, and
Without
it's not going to last long. enough.
Without enhanced ability, he can't carry me for very far distances, and I'm out of spell slots.
Shit.
It's almost like I wanted this to be challenging for you guys.
No.
I can drag 600.
Scream at the mouth.
I can drag 600 pounds. You know what? Fucking Clucky's seeing Petrichor in this state
Hold on.
is going to.
I have wheels. I mentioned this the other session. Petrichor has
But
wheels.
did.
I don't think it's going to work very well on sand, though. That's the issue.
It's
Question.
like combination sand and dried cracked earth.
Even if
So-
Clucky's able to keep up with the mount, correct?
Yeah. What I'm
Okay,
planning on doing
so
is
what if-
tying the mount to my waist and flying, making him go faster.
Hear me out. What about instead of Clucky trying to get on the mount, what if
I'm not
Clucky
trying to
tries
get
to
on.
grab? What if
I'm not-
Clucky tries to grab the reins, keeps flying, and controls the beast so Petrichor doesn't go off course?
That's what I'm saying.
Oh,
I'm not
okay, there
trying to
we
get
go.
on.
My bad.
It's high stress time for everybody involved.
Because my brain is
Clucky's gonna drag this thing if he
Yeah,
has
y'all.
to.
Come on, boy, let's go.
So yeah,
Do you
Clucky's
have
gonna.
proficiency in animal handling, Clucky?
Yeah, he's a shit.
I'm loving the hashtags right now.
Yes, actually, he does have proficiency. Surprisingly enough.
You are going to make a unique roll. This is going to be. You are going to make me a strength-based animal handling check. So you get
Okay.
to roll d20 and add your strength modifier and your proficiency bonus. This is an animal handling check.
So that's
As
a
you're just
disadvantage.
it will be a disadvantage, but it sounds like you're getting probably your biggest bonus that you can.
Hold on. Guidance, because you're close enough for me to touch.
Hey,
Add a
additional
D4.
1d.
Add a D4.
Hey, let's go. Daddy needs it. Okay, here we go, guys. Fingers crossed. All right.
The hashtags.
It was a nat one. A nat one with a plus 2, so a 3. Plus a 7, so that's a 10.
I swear, that
10
one
is
curse
what
has hit
you
this.
needed, boss.
Oh, thank God! Oh my God!
This thing is it fights you for a moment, but you just kind of and pull it, and it just okay, here we go, this direction, and it's just kind of still going.
Thank God. Skill checks are not critical fails. That is so fucking. My
How
heart.
many
my
nat
heart
ones is
dropped.
that already?
What did you
Too
say?
many nat ones.
How
My
many
heart
nat
is
ones?
nat
2
ones.
hours.
For
Four
Been
nat
2
ones are.
hours.
Oh my God.
I've had a nat
Apocalypse
one,
scenario.
you've had
This is
a nat
too
one,
many nat
Lucky's
ones.
had a nat one, you've had a nat one. Scree, have you had a nat one yet?
Not yet, baby.
Well, keep it up.
It's
Keep it up,
coming.
buddy. Keep it up.
The keyword
Keep
is
it up.
Guidance.
Do that or
That
just
guidance
watch your
is getting
back because you're
clutch. Thank
next.
Alrighty,
That-
so
Oof.
you
The
are
final destination.
continuing. You are continuing to go forward, and you are approaching the edge of the city. And as you do, you look back, and this portal has gotten exponentially smaller, and you're actually watching what looks like motes of flame take off from it and spread throughout the sky. And as they start to spread over your position, you see that they have form. And anybody who can see can tell, with knowing what you know about the sun, these are elementals trying to escape the portal collapsing and taking off through the sky. As this portal finally gets to a point where it is absorbed and you are watching this beast glow like hot coals as it looks down, and a beam of almost pure red energy impacts the ground around the castle as it rotates 360 in the air, lighting up the entire area. And you watch the ground burst into flames as it looks up towards the city.
We gotta go faster. We need to go faster.
Gotta go fast.
Yeah.
Where's Sonic the Hedgehog at? We need this guy. Let's go.
Okay, but what if I had those things that they use at the airports and I were to do that, right? Like, what that? No, okay, never mind.
To direct it to a different way.
I cast Control Flame cantrip on one of the elementals, and I have it attack the big guy.
I think they're out of range.
You guys take off towards the you are still going towards the city, and it's just as you are starting to get through the buildings, and you are trying to remember where the dial should be. And as you are weaving through these buildings, I need a group survival check.
Oh man.
Question for the DM. Would my tremor sense allow me to improve our chances of figuring out where the dial is?
I don't think so. Just because of its narrow view and it's a city.
I need you guys to understand how fucking frustrating this disadvantage is right now. I rolled a nat 20 and a nat 1.
No!
The nat 1.
I rolled a nat 20 plus 5.
Within 90 minutes.
A group check.
I rolled a nat 20 plus 5.
I know.
That's
But,
plus
like,
5, so...
I rolled a 9. With a
I rolled a nat
disadvantage.
20. Does that count for anything?
Got a 7.
we have 3
So-
nat 1s. Oh my god.
Nat 1.
Love
You
a target.
guys...
Maybe
You guys are
forgot
kind
that
of
one.
talking amongst yourselves, and you're just like, come over here. It's over.
Wait,
It's
Matt,
over
did
here.
you-
No,
did you
we
roll
have
the
to take a
time?
left. We gotta go more this way. We gotta go over here. And you just keep going. And you are just trying to make your way, and you're not sure if you are making headway. But as that happens, you watch a beam of energy from this thing's mouth hit the ground and streak towards the city, and it comes probably a few hundred feet off of the left side of where you are, and you watch that row of buildings get disintegrated. And I need everybody to make a Constitution saving throw against just the pure heat that is happening as this beam passes by you.
17.
15.
Saving throws are not at disadvantage, correct?
Saving throws are not a disadvantage.
And you said Constitution?
Constitution saving throw.
That would be a 14 plus 4, my dude. That would be
Right.
Tusken Raiders. I got a nat 20, baby. Let's go.
KJ, why do you look upset?
Because
fuck.
I rolled a 2. With my save, it's a 4 total.
With your save, it's a 4 total. Okay. You are still everybody passed except for Petrichor, and as this happens, you can feel your metallic body start to heat up and you are. It's actually, it's not going to do too much mechanically for you, but you have gathered a level of exhaustion just from the heat that is hitting this area.
Oof.
You guys start taking off again, and once again, we're going to do a group survival check.
Come on.
Be an 11 plus 5, so 16 from me.
That's at a disadvantage, correct?
Check would still be disadvantage if you are right.
That's a 10.
Scree, why'd you roll twice?
For disadvantage.
Are you frightened? You are frightened too. I forgot about that. Okay. Alrighty.
Oopsie.
So 17. Okay.
Clucky is a 14.
The Clucky is a 14, you said?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
6.
Xanthi and Petrichor. Xanthi, what'd you get?
I got an. For survival, I got an 11 plus 5, so that would be a 16.
1 plus 5, 16. Okay. So you are still trying to check out what is happening, trying to figure out where the dial might be. And as you are going through and you see, you're trying to recognize anything that is happening. Xanthi, you look down to your right on one of the buildings and you see a cart with a small dead humanoid next to it.
I'm sorry, could you please re-explain the situation? My brain is like running 100 miles a minute.
So is Xanthi's. So you are riding, trying to figure out anything that looks familiar that would point you to where the dial is, and you look right down a street as you turn,
Okay.
and there is a cart with a small dead humanoid next to it.
Okay. Little dude being killed. Xanthi, upon recognizing it, immediately points in that direction. And is it to the left, to the right?
You're right.
To the right. All right. She points to the right, and she's just like down that way, and she heads to that location. Because the dial is just around that area, isn't it?
Just around the riverbed.
On foot, it was like a few minutes, I believe, away. So on these mounts that you've pushed to go beyond their normal speed, you are you know that you'd make it there in very little time at all. So Xanthi, you say we're going this way. You turn right. Barrow's on yours. Lovitar gives that turn as well. I actually didn't roll his survival check, but it's too late now. He turns to follow you. Clucky, you bank that turn, and Petrichor, you are right behind as well. And you guys start sprinting past, and you go right past that dead little kobold that you guys absolutely destroyed because he tried to double cross you. And you keep going, and you are heading as fast as you can, and it gets to a point that you see this single-story dome-shaped building that you know is the laboratory of Dr. Diago. And as that happens, you all hear that deafening roar one more time as you look over and you see, with a beat of its wings, it has decided its next destination is the sand pit, and it is coming closer to you. And you are fast approaching the dial. You get there. I don't even think Lovitar doesn't even stop the mount, just hops off and hits the ground running and is heading directly for the dial.
Accurate.
I would assume that Petrichor and Xanthi would stop theirs due to how things are going, which, by the way, Petrichor, how's a 5? So you all get off on your various methods, and as that happens, you hear another thunderous wing beat, and you can see a dust cloud getting kicked up in the distance, and it has such mass and is moving so quickly that the dust cloud is generating enough static to make lightning behind this thing. And first time the sky in this world after over 100 years is going dark as this beast is approaching this city, and you all filter into the dial, or the room with the dial, left exactly as you left it.
By the power
Actually,
of Grayskull.
Petrichor,
yes, exactly as you left it.
Petrichor is speeding through that door, like skidding to a halt and having to go back to where dial is, and is speed running to install this thing into the dial.
Okay. Lovitar
Xanthi's
and
leading
Scree-
Baro in.
Yep, you guys get let in. Lovitar and Scree kind of, slide in as well. He kind of stops some doors, like waving for Clucky to come flying in as well. And as soon as you're all in, everybody's just like, go, 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 turn it on, turn it on, turn it on. And you can actually see out a window this thing encroaching ever closer. But of the window, which is probably like 1.5 feet in diameter, its mass, even though it is far away from the city still, is taking up the whole window. Petrichor, you are speed running, slamming this crystal in, and activating the dial. You're watching it power up. You watch that line go to the 4th symbol that is on it, and you watch the energy start to build as it fills into the room, and you all hear that deafening roar one more time, and you see its mouth fill with this bright, hot, red light as it expels it, and the blue light fills the room. And a second later, silence. Let's take a break.
My brother in Christ.
Mute it.
Can't hear you, buddy. I still can't hear you. Hi, guys.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Oh, hi, Michael.
Hi, Mike. Michael, St. Gregory.
Oh, we
Senor.
see you, but
Michael,
we
can
can't
you
hear you.
produce the sound of your voice for us, please?
Matt,
We would appreciate
just read his thoughts, Matt, and
For
translate.
those who
for him.
don't know, that is the face of our amazing, talented producer who has decided to deprive us of his beautiful voice
How dare he?
because things are tense right now.
Mm-hmm.
You
They're
know,
too
and
tense.
we
I've
may
apparently
or may not have
taken.
died.
Yeah.
You mean they're intense?
We did pass by some earlier.
Well, I guess that dimension's all roasty toasty, huh?
Hey, look, I'm back. All right, cool. Oh, no, my message was deleted. Okay, cool. Look at that. All right. I don't understand
I
what's
don't know
going
what
on with
y'all's
this
issue
Nightbot.
is.
This Nightbot
Um,
is killing me, man. I turned off all the
the bot be jelly.
What about
It's weird,
now?
man.
Hello?
Yeah,
We hear
there
you
you are.
now.
Oh, geez.
buddy.
I've been here the whole time, and for some reason, I couldn't figure out what's wrong with my mic. First of all, Matt, you cruel, cruel bastard.
That's what you guys are all here for, isn't
The
it?
hell is wrong with you? I just wanted to say hi to everybody and just let everyone know. Thank you, everyone who has been watching. By the way, I'm Michael St. Gregory. I'm the producer for this particular stream, and I've been putting all the graphics and intros and stuff together, making it all look nice and fancy. But guess what? If you like this, then I'm going to be running a game this Sunday night. And I believe following more Sundays, if all goes well, where I'm going to be running a campaign, like a weird West themed campaign in my favorite D&D setting, the world of Eberron, created by the amazing Keith Baker. And it's going to involve several of the individuals you see here. We're going to be rotating some players in and out of rotation as we start in this small town of a mining town called Wormwatch. And as the story progresses, who knows? We don't know where it's going to go. But as you can see on the bottom scrolling, you can see all the times for Frontiers of Eberron, hosted by yours truly and featuring the To Be Diced cast. But I'm going to throw it back to Matt. But be sure to follow us on Twitch, TikTok, all the social medias. It's all the same. It's 2B ADV. 2B Diced ADV.
There we
Got
go.
that important part.
I love that you slow down. You slow down and still.
I'm so excited.
And still.
I get to watch this whole thing while you all possibly die.
Suffer? Suffer?
Listen,
Yeah.
We're excited. It's absolutely possible. Like, we could not do this without you, Michael.
Oh,
Also,
stop. But do go
Matt
on.
described that we saw light and then silence, and we could say that that's how people die. So we don't know.
I'm being
Afterlife-
optimistic,
Yeah, this could
Victor.
be like very much the ending to Lost. You don't know.
Yeah.
Very
Getting
true.
to the universe.
The only
I
difference is that
would-
people are still watching.
I would like to take a minute to apologize for the Nightbot for anybody that has been
Yes.
victimized by our Nightbot. It's being a little touchy right now. I am working on it. I apologize.
Nightbot has woken up on the wrong side of the bed. We don't know why. We can see messages. You see them showing up on the screen, so we can see them. It's just in the actual chat. It's just rude.
Yeah, we're making sure, like,
ridiculous.
sometimes mod bots like to go a bit too far, and they haven't quite figured out friendly fire in terms of talking. All right, well, enjoy the stream, everyone. Enjoy the rest of this adventure. Be sure to tune in Sunday night. All the times are going to be scrolling by, so be sure to check it out. Frontiers of Eberron with this wonderful group of people and more. and yours truly running the game. Matt, back to you.
Thank you, sir. So, where were we?
We were walking down
A
a
whole
plain,
new
a field of
world.
flowers. We were frolicking,
Oh,
having a
yeah,
Yeah,
hell of a,
start
well,
writing.
having a
and-
hell of a
and
time.
now you guys are gonna wake up. So,
I think we
The
actually woke up at level
silence.
8.
if yeah, no. So,
Might as well make it.
God, I love every single one of you. All right. You saw the blue arcane flash that is so familiar to you now of the dial activating. And when that light dies down, the silence that fills your ears is incredible based off of what you were just listening to. And you start taking in your surroundings, and you see this same laboratory, which was very much so beforehand. You saw it be pretty
Wait.
well put together. Disintegrated burn books.
There we go.
You're cutting out, Matt.
Your
Why am
mic
I
sort of
cutting
went
out?
actually
It
went
was
like
it was going
muffled.
on with the music going on,
Yeah.
being changed.
Oh, I got you. Are we at a steady?
Yeah,
Yes,
we're good now.
Sounds like it.
She sells seashells by the seashore. Thank you
Stunning.
very much. Was there any key points that you missed that I should repeat?
Probably all of it, to be safe.
Probably all of it,
Yeah.
other than the
You-
waking up part.
You are beginning to take in your surroundings as you look around. You remember how the laboratory used to look. And it had the desk, which had, some things laid out, that some arcane implements, some notes. There were bookshelves that you remember investigating that had books that would crumble to the touch from being so dehydrated and just overheated over time. And the sand that was covering the floor. You now see the floor that is solid stone that is covered in debris of various different kinds. There is stone and gravel. There is pieces of just dirt. There is an overturned bookshelf, and as you start to take in the walls, you see that several of them have crumbled in certain areas, and this laboratory is dome shaped, and you can actually see that there are holes poking through to a dimly lit sky, and almost as if the sun was setting. And you look around, and every piece of furniture is overturned in this room. There are books that are half charred and laid about everywhere, and there are scorch marks on the wall in places. Petrichor, you are the one who activates the dial. You were the one who began the sequence. You watched the red line of arcane light extend from the center point where you input the crystal that acts as a battery, all the way to the fourth rune. And as the dial goes through these dimensions, you watch as that line, much like the hand on a clock, ticks to the next rune. And as you look up, you take in your surroundings, and then you look back down at the dial. The fourth rune is cracked.
Is that the rune we just came from?
The dial, you are now currently on the fifth rune.
That fourth dimension was destroyed. Holy crap.
Yep.
Oh.
Upon first arriving and seeing the scorch marks, Xanthi would like to approach them and see if she sees anything familiar about them or if she recognizes anything or a pattern of sorts.
You can make a check about it. What check would you like to make?
I'll do just a basic. Can I do a perception check? Or would it have to be an investigation perception?
Whatever you feel would give you the most information.
All right.
Potentially, could I also make a check? This would technically be recalling information that I don't really remember, but...
And that would be a dirty 20, my good sir, for perception. I can take a picture and send it to you if you would like me
That's
to.
fine. That is fine. No, I trust you. I'm thinking about the answer to Petrichor's question. I would, yeah. Let's give it a go. And if there's something that you need to DM me, then by all means. While that is happening, Xanthi, your dirty 20 on perception as you investigate these scorch marks. You're looking at them and let's not sugarcoat it. You are, in fact, a pyromancer. You often will leave scorch marks where your magic happens. You see this happen all the time. There's something off about them based on your experience with these things happening. You know like how the patterns would go as your flame hits a solid object and spreads. You would know, the angle might change and so on and so forth. But at the end of the day, when you are looking at this, it doesn't look like this scorch mark was made by magic.
Okay. Would it be more like a creature or something like that?
Not any creature that you would be aware of.
Okay.
Is there a chair?
There is. It is just overturned, and one of the legs is kind of bent inward.
Crocky's gonna stand it up and sit. He's tired.
That is fair.
Oh, poor chicken.
He pulls off all the swords and great clubs off his back and just tosses on the ground in front of him as he just lets out a disheveled breath and just sits there and mulls everything that just happened over.
How many sets of footprints are on the ground? Or just how much foot traffic does it look like there is on the ground? It can be old or new, I don't know.
Make a survival check.
No, just tell me.
I don't give anything away for free.
That's 17.
17. As you're looking around for footprints, of course, there's the ones that you and your companions would be making, and that all kind of tracks. There's several footprints that are of varying age, from what you can tell, and they are patterned like a boot. Not like an open foot or anything like that. And they're also large. Like, these would be the biggest, probably the biggest boots that you've ever seen.
At this time, Clucky is going to start bandaging himself using his hit die to start healing. He's a little hurt.
That's a short rest kind of deal. Yeah. Which you need minimum 1 hour of resting shortly to begin rolling hit die.
How fresh do these footprints look, or do they look kind of dusted over?
With a 17, you'd know that it's been a little bit, few days probably.
I would Borrow would like to, as soon as they arrive and he feels that they are in a different place, first thing he would do is he would have a moment of just stomping his staff, trying to use his tremor sense just to get a visual of sorts of his surroundings.
You take your tap and you try to take in what you can gather beyond the walls, and it's hard because of how disjointed everything is. You can tell that it's, you may have just left the apocalypse, but it looks like something already happened here. There's a lot of rubble. That's probably a piece of a building. That might be, it's just some solid objects that are overturned and don't appear to be making a lot of sense as to, it breaks up the vibrations enough that you have seen further. It's not giving you a clear image.
Borrow would probably, sensing that, turning his head to one side and to the other. Something happened here. Something has happened. Can anyone see what's outside?
Before we head outside, Petrichor, I figured I would give you a verbal answer. You start to think hard as much as you can about the good doctor, and after some time, there's a few flashes here and there of just scenes that they're disjointed. They don't make sense. They're not even from the same day, perhaps month, perhaps year, whatever the case may be. And eventually a memory comes together as you are witnessing through your eyes this memory, as you are holding a chisel with a small hammer, and you are etching runes into the dial, and you are watching as Dr. Diago is going over several notes, and she has kind of like a chalkboard in front of her, and she's drawing out a rune and then erasing a part of it, and it's like she's trying to get it just right so that she knows what to show you to inscribe on the dial. And as she's going through it, you hear her speak, and she just goes, "That's not quite right. I have to make sure that all of the arcane energy is transferred the right way, or we will end up in a dimension that I haven't accounted for." And she goes back to the desk and starts looking over her notes and just goes, "These other 11, these ones, it's got to be one of these ones. One of these ones has to be the one." Unfortunately, that's all you're getting. So she knew, but it's not something that she would have passed along to you.
Petrichor is kind of slumped, still holding the crystal attached to the dial, heaving, just recalling this, and then slumping back off of the crystal, just sitting, thinking.
I don't think it needs to be said, but Petrichor, I am no longer rolling for your emotions. You are now back on whatever track you are. You would normally be. And to those who were frightened, obviously the source of your fear is gone, so that effect has ended. Just making sure, just in case other people thought they might still have adverse effects. Barrow asked if anybody could see outside, and there are 3 different holes in the wall that you could actually walk in and out of. The door appears to have been utterly destroyed, and it's actually under some rubble off to one side of the room in 3 pieces. So anybody can take a look and see outside to answer our wonderful blind monk's question.
Let me see. Skitter, 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 skitter. What do I see?
What do your rat eyes see, Scree?
Make me a perception check.
Okay. This many.
Okay. It's not that difficult to just see surroundings. It's just, trying to get a gauge of how things are going. You also have a very low vantage point, being, at most like a foot or foot and a half tall. You skitter outside and pop up on your hind legs and look around, and you see you are in a city again, and this city is basically ruins, and some of the buildings are either missing whole chunks, or some of them have been toppled against other ones, and some of these buildings are way taller than you have ever seen. We are talking potentially like dozens of floors on some of them.
Are those ones intact, or do those also have like chunks taken out here and there?
Every building is in some state of destruction, and you're looking, and the ground has some of these chunks from these buildings, and there's all kinds of large objects that you've never seen before, like these big things that are just kind of overturned or just, under rubble, and you're looking up, and these buildings look weird. It's, some of them, like where you're looking and you should be seeing like crumbling stone or something, you're not. It looks different. It actually looks like there's to get up this high, you would assume that they've made like metallic structures and stuff, and it's, they've really tried their best to reach for the sky, as it were, and then something came tearing them back down. But the next thing that you see off to your left, there is a little bit of a hill of some of this rubble, and you see a beam of light crest over from left to right.
Like above us, or like in front?
It's definitely like above you, but it's kind of aimed up a little bit, so it kind of hits some of these buildings.
Okay. Screw, let's get it back in. Okay, so we're in a city, but it looks like it's been torn to shreds. Also, there's a magic light beam. It's pretty bad out there. We could just stay in here and rest if you guys want. Like, I'm feeling pretty tuckered out. It seems kind of scary. So...
one thing I do want to ask, is the time for the dragon's blood expired at this point?
You're still good for now, but
Okay.
you know that it's getting close.
Right. With that, Xanthi is going to walk over to Barrow and just lightly ask him while Spree was outside and just be like, by chance, have you checked on that brew?
Baro has a moment when he senses her approach. I have, yes, but I'm afraid it still needs more time.
Damn it.
It
Xanthi
hasn't
just-
even really been a week for you guys, I don't think. Which is insane. Look at all the
Is
stuff that you guys
I've
have
been
gone through.
keeping track of the days since we left First Dimension. It's only been 7 or 8 days total.
Should have left the brew with me.
Well,
Baro, after responding, he just adds, "Is there any other way that I could assist you, Xanthi?"
Xanthi, she kind of just hesitates for a minute, and upon seeing Scree run back in and describe what's outside, she turns her attention to Scree, and she walks over like towards the entrance, and she turns back to Baro, and she goes, "Thank you, my friend. I'm good for now." And she heads outside to go take a better look.
You go outside to take a better look. Go ahead, make me a perception check.
It is a 14 plus 5, so that would be a 19.
Okay, so you definitely get the scene that I described to Scree, and you're kind of looking around left to right, and what, everything that Scree said checks out, except for you're like, magic beam of light in the sky, that doesn't make sense. And then it buzzes almost right over your head from right to left.
Xanthi just like stares back for a second, and she kind of stumbles backwards, and she immediately just kind of runs back inside. She presses herself against the wall, and she's just like, "Scree, did the beam of light try to attack you?"
What? No. It just went woo.
Because it just flew right overhead.
Yes, I'd say we stayed here, get a good snoozer, and then we could go investigate.
Baro, how good is your passive perception?
22, good sir.
You feel footsteps.
Oh, man.
From which direction?
Where they say that this magic light beam is coming from.
Someone is coming. Perhaps we're going to get some answers after all.
With
And
that,
he
you
just
hear-
sort of gestures in the direction of he's gesturing in the direction of the footsteps, which is where Scree and Xanthi came from.
You hear a very disgruntled growl coming from Clucky as he stands up, grabs all his weapons, starts putting them back on his back, takes the great axe and starts walking towards the door, dragging the axe behind him.
You all can see Lovitar pooling a little bit of magic in his hand and kind of standing to the side of the door.
Clucky, add 5 more hit points.
Whew. It's better than nothing. Better than nothing,
That is
baby.
all I've got, man. I have 5 points in my lay on hands, and you're getting
I
out
will
of it.
say that Baro, hearing and sensing how Clucky definitely seems to be depleted, he would approach the Clucky, reach for his shoulder as he's trying to get to the door, and says, "You can take it slow, friend. Let us not waste our energy unless we have to."
Scree will scutter up Lovitar onto her shoulder.
Okay. With that, the footsteps get closer, and they are heavy. And you can hear sort of a muffled voice. Man, I'm telling you, I saw a big blue flash, and just now I think I saw some girl. All right, fine.
I'm gonna
We'll check
go
it out.
towards
All right,
the
go
door.
ahead.
Wait till you get a load of me.
Towards the door.
Oh God, even better.
You're gonna go towards the door.
Yeah.
Are you walking out or just standing there?
Kind of wait by the door, look back at everyone, and then just like try to peek my head out to see who's talking.
Roll stealth.
We have this conversation, Petrichor.
Here's the thing. I normally have disadvantage anyway, but I also have a point of exhaustion, so it's double disadvantage. But it's just normal.
If only
but
that was.
still.
It doesn't. Yeah, it doesn't stack. But
That is still. They're both terrible rolls. That is a 3.
that is a 3. Okay. Yeah. So you kind of peek your head out, and as you do that, you see 2 hulking individuals that appear to be head to toe wearing plate armor and wielding a very interesting crossbow, perhaps, that is, looking. And as that happens, they point, or their head turns, and there appears to be something on their helmet that illuminates right where you're standing. And as you pull your head back in, it goes, I swear, no, there's something in there. And a few moments later, you have your hand up.
Enter, may I, as Scree, quickly glance over at the crystal, dash over, grab it, and then go hide.
Okay. Yeah, you can
Listen, we
absolutely
didn't
grab
take
the crystal. We have the return of the best quote that this game has ever seen.
Come to
which is,
Papa.
to Big
Come to
Papa.
Little Papa. Come to
Little
Little
Papa.
Papa.
So these guys are coming in. These guys are coming into the hut, correct?
They're about to, but I do require Scree to make a stealth check.
Yes,
Please roll
sir.
high.
Did we just teleport into Warhammer 40k?
What'd you roll?
That's an 11.
Noted. So
I'm gonna say that Bar is just going to be facing the door from which these people are coming, sort of like
Yeah, I'm still in the door.
With a big chicken.
yeah, with a big chicken on the side. Just because Baro knows that of the 2 of them, Clucky is in a worse for wear than
Taylor,
he
you
is.
had your hand up.
Yes. How close are these guys right now?
Probably less than, probably about 30 feet, but through a wall for you.
30 feet, but through a wall. Okay.
And getting closer.
Shit.
I'm going to say
Okay,
that
so are we all going to try to run, or are we going to try and fight this thing? Because I have an idea, but...
Why is fighting it always an option here?
Wait,
If
neither?
If we want to try and run, I have an idea.
I'm gonna go ahead
Give
and
it a
say that
second.
Baro
See if
Bar
they're
is going to-
hostile.
Bar is just going to turn to the group as he says, I do not believe that we have the energy to attempt a full combat. So let us wait and see.
This individual turns the corner, and the first thing that it sees is Petrichor, and you can see it kind of hesitating. It goes, Jesus, fuck. Stand down. Pointing at Petrichor.
Hi.
Hi. Stand down. Go over to your charger. Jesus, what is that? And they point their crossbows at Clucky.
He's fine. Don't shoot him. Don't shoot him. Please don't shoot him. He's a friend.
Why is this thing talking so much? Deactivate.
Oh,
I am. What? What are you talking about?
Baro is going to step forward in the direction of where these individuals are, walking with he goes with a hand up as he's. I assure you, we mean no harm. We are but travelers and looking for a place to rest.
Roll persuasion with disadvantage.
Guidance.
As if it's not enough that I.
At the D4.
I ain't never seen a a giant man-sized chicken before.
Damn it.
Now that you're getting a closer look, yeah, these crossbows are in fact not crossbows. They appear to be some weird contraption with a handle on it and a long metal tube.
Oh god, this is Warhammer 40k. It's Space
no.
Marines.
This is gonna be fun.
It was with disadvantage and +2. It's an 11.
Well, that's not bad.
11. Okay, hang on. Okay, so with that, the one in front kind of looks over and just goes, "Why are you dressed like that?" And the one behind him just goes, "Nah, they gotta be with them. Put them, take them in. They probably know something."
With who? What are you talking about?
And with that, Borrow.
Yes.
All right, that's a natural 20 to hit you. You're going to take
What am I being hit with, sir?
a fast-moving projectile.
All right. I would like to redirect.
We're gonna see how that goes. I know how that goes. Where the hell am I? There.
Natural 20. Oh god.
Barrow's gonna be in the Matrix.
So I know how this is gonna go because that is 8 points of piercing damage that it would have been.
Okay. So.
You want to catch it, or do you want Clucky's spirit shield to protect you?
No, give me a second.
You can throw back. You can throw back.
I might be able to slow it down enough.
You said that the damage was 8?
Yeah.
Yeah, so basically, because I don't have any key points, I actually cannot deflect missile. But what's going to happen is that as the projectile comes through, what kind of projectile is it?
Well,
Is it like
does
a
it
dart
actually
or-
hit you?
No, it doesn't.
All right, yeah, it would be a dart.
Yeah. So as he's standing there and this
Oh,
thing,
catches it.
here's the, poof, you can just see as Barrow just has, and just catches the dart, and he turns around again as he goes, "Like I said, we mean you no harm. And whoever it is that you are seeking, I can assure you, we are not with them. We seek answers." And he literally just offers the dart back.
This guy just takes a step back and levels that weapon at you again and just goes, "What the fuck kind of shit are you on?"
Please don't hurt us. Some of us are hurt enough as it is.
Clucky's like
this
on,
this
like-
isn't me as the enemy. This is actually me remembering to play Lovitar.
Oh god. Here we go.
No!
Here we go.
no,
Listen.
Go to sleep. Take a nap.
damn
Take a nap, Lovitar.
Listen, Clucky is
Take a
already
nap.
on edge with them taking
Screen,
a shot. So
knock him
I
down.
would
Grab the
say
screens.
Fireball at Lovitar to knock him out. Just.
I'm gonna make a roll.
Oh my
Uh-oh.
god.
Oh boy.
Come on.
Oh fuck.
Ah.
I am horrified.
Borrow. Oh no, you can't do that. Clucky, sitting in the back, watching this all go down, and Borrow pleading with them, and you look to them to see what's going on, and then you catch Lovitar, who has had this ball of dark energy in his hand the whole time, and he just looks at these two, and as Borrow kind of finishes, he looks at him, holds still, glances over at Clucky, and closes his hand on that dark energy.
And then
The
death.
collective sigh.
Oh god. I was about to be ready for like Xanthi to like dash across the room, like tackle Lovitar, just be like, no. No. Oh god.
Petrichor's just gonna look up, confused at why they were told to shut down, and just kind of innocently ask, "What's going on?"
He's gonna look down at you and then back up at Bar and go, "You got an off switch on this thing?"
Oh damn.
I'm not a thing. Thank you very much.
Why does it talk
I'm
so
hurt.
much?
Bar is gonna still be with the dart is basically being offered as he says, "Their name is Petrichor, and whatever it is you think they are, I do not believe they are what you think. My name is Barrow, and there are other friends of ours who could use aid. I believe at this point, if we wanted to fight you or confront you, we would have done so. Instead," and he sort of like lifts the hand and the dart again as he continues to extend it, "I am offering peace in exchange for safe passage and perhaps some aid."
As they look over the entire group, I am going to call this a group persuasion check. However, the only people who do not have disadvantage are Barrow and Xanthi. And Scree hiding, unfortunately, you will not be part of this.
Okay.
Ooh, 17.
What is what was it again?
Persuasion.
Persuasion. Ooh, yes. That would be a 8 plus 7.
So that's a 15. Okay.
It's a 9.
Oh boy, look at that.
This disadvantage is kicking my butt, you guys.
My other roll is a 15.
Just to make sure that I am doing this as much as I can. Xanthi, 15.
Do you remember Lovitar?
Yep.
Okay.
And I actually did the math and averaged things out against this. And the last person who spoke, I believe, was Barrow?
Yes.
This individual is going to, without lowering this weapon, walks towards Barrow and is easily standing, like a foot and a half taller than him, and looks down and goes to grapple Barrow. You can roll a acrobatics check.
Oh my god.
That's an 8.
Barrow, you are grappled as he turns you and is trying to force your hands into manacles. The other one starts to move to do the same to Lovitar.
Question.
Answer.
Since he's trying to put my hands into manacles, can I use that position
Manacles. Manacles? Monocles.
Yeah, manacles. He's not, trying to put like a ring on it? Can I use, as he's trying to do that, can I use burning hands?
Oh shit.
Question.
Yeah?
Before he uses burning hands, may I exchange my last of my available spell slots to have one more, enough sorcery points to get a 4th level spell slot? And could I touch the one who is not attacking Barrow and do, no, never mind. I can't, because they are not beasts.
Okay.
They are
Alright,
Yeah,
so-
you can attempt your burning hands.
So as of now, I'm not gonna cast it yet.
Okay.
I'm going to say that Barra, as he starts getting grappled and put into the manacles, he continues to speak, not putting too much effort, not fighting back. And he just, I do not think that is necessary. But how about you tell me a little bit more about this place?
Shut up.
Xanthi's gonna take her crossbow. She's gonna walk up to the other guy and she's just gonna aim it right at the back of his head.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, he's going to.
And she's going to turn to the guy who's putting Barrow in handcuffs, and she's gonna pretty much be like, "Quit it, or I pull the trigger."
Barrow is
With
gonna
Barrow in
call-
his hands, he turns and he goes, "Is that a crossbow?"
Barrow is just going to call out Xanthi. Xanthi, stand down.
Xanthi takes a moment. She looks at Barrow. She looks back at the guy who she has her crossbow aimed at. She kind of growls for a second. She looks pissed as hell, and she slowly lowers it and takes a few steps back.
Just to know how that all went. Lovitar got a natural 20 to resist the grapple. However, this guy rolled really high as well. They ended up tying. So that being said, they are struggling over like him trying to hold on to Lovitar and he's trying to
Naturally.
get away. Neither one
course.
can actually
course.
make any sort of headway.
They're hugging it out. Okay.
It's kind of like he's grabbing and Lovitar's kind of like ducking out. Like the guy always has at least one hand on him, but Lovitar is not grappled. That being said, this guy gets frustrated, pulls back, and fires his weapon at Lovitar. And he hits. So this is the minor part. So that's only we're gonna do. But now he has to do this.
So, how much damage?
Yeah, you watch this dart go into Lovitar, and I know why you're asking, and it was honestly only 4 points of damage.
Yeah, Clucky, given this circumstance, he doesn't understand what's going on. He is going to activate his Spirit Shield, and that's going to nullify for 9 points of damage. So, with Spirit Column, lunges up. And
he gets the health back. However, he does still take the damage, or like he does still get hit, right? Yeah, like the hit actually happens.
No,
it's
a shield.
Damage.
So Spirit Shield does. Where is Spirit Shield?
It's a weird paradox of mechanics versus reality where you have nullified the damage, but he did get hit.
Supernatural protection to those you defend if you are raging. I'm not raging. So that's lucky for him. Never mind. He does take it. Unless this exchange causes Clucky to rage. Which does it.
I'm going to say that Barrow just calls out as he hears the commotion with Lovitar and also asks, "Everyone just stand down. Please."
Lovitar doesn't have a choice because after he does get hit, you watch him kind of take it. Oh, wait. You would have had advantage. Hang on.
It's the faces.
Nope.
I know exactly why he's making the faces.
He does still fail. That being said, you watch Lovitar fall backwards to the ground. And once he's on the ground, this guy shakes his head, leans over, and puts him in manacles. Lovitar is paralyzed.
Hearing Barrow call out to stay calm, Clucky is going to stand still.
Okay,
But he's
so
conflicted.
Xanthi is going. God damn it. I don't know if I want to do this, but Xanthi is going to take her last arcane fire. She's going to sit in the middle of the room, and she's going to take her tinderbox, and she's going to light it, and she's going to scream out in the middle of the room, "If you guys do not stop right now, I am blowing us all up." And I can roll for intimidation or performance or persuasion.
I would go intimidation, probably.
Intimidation?
Anybody want Clucky to stop this?
I mean, Bar already asked. He's not being,
They're not stopping, so Xanthi's gonna try and at least get everybody to do a freeze frame for a second.
I mean, right now there's nothing going on other than...
That would be a 17 plus 4.
Okay, so 21. Alright. So this thing is lit and in your hand. That's fun. Xanthi.
Yes. God damn it. I hate this. Dumb ways to die.
That is a 9 and a 22 to hit.
The 22 hits.
So you take 6 points of piercing damage, and I need you to make a Constitution saving throw.
6 points of piercing damage.
Mm-hmm.
Constitution saving throw. Alright, that would be a 15 plus 4, so that would be a 19.
19. Yeah, so this dart sticks out of your shoulder, and you are familiar with things. You know that there is something going through your system, and at the very last moment, you are able to shrug it off.
Xanthi, she just kind of laughs, and she just turns to whoever shot at her, and she just turns and she
shot at you, but only
they
one.
both shot at me. She just turns and looks at both of them, and she just starts cackling as she just slowly brings the fire closer to the.
Clucky is going to rage, and he lunges forward and grapples Xanthi.
God damn it!
That's gonna be nat 20 for 27, if you want to contest that.
I only have a +1 in strength, so even if I did get a nat 20, it wouldn't do shit.
Second action, he's going to
grapple,
shove, and knock you prone, isolating your arm from getting anywhere closer to that bomb.
God damn it, Clucky!
Well, so, that being said, Baro, Xanthi. Xanthi is kind of put on the ground. Lovitar. All right, yeah, with the next thing that is to be handled is Clucky grappling Xanthi. They still were pointing their weapons at Xanthi, but now that this is happening, they aren't sure what to do. There's a lot of yelling and a lot of get on the ground and a lot of, what the fuck is this thing? They are very, very confused and not sure why of this group of people. One of them seems to be attacking their own.
Can I check your DMs?
If Clucky is touching me, can I cast light on him to try and blind them?
He is not an object.
Am I touching?
Don't you objectify our chicken?
If I'm touching the ground, can I make the ground glow to try and blind them?
We'll count it as like a rock, yeah.
Is light automatically blind people, or is it just light?
I don't know. That's the question, I guess.
I don't think that
It's not
causes
like
blindness.
it's bright light. It's not blinding light though.
Yeah, you would need to be like a pro or
fine.
something.
Just to be clear,
Just-
I did say I'm isolating your arms from moving. You're gonna have to contest my strength in order to move your arms.
Well, she decided against it anyway because it's not.
It's not going to
I'm
do
going
it.
to
It's not
say-
Gandalf blinding the Nazgul. It's turning on a
I'm going-
flashlight.
I'm going to say that Barrow, hearing these two guys concerned and everything, and he's just like there with his hands shackled. He's just standing there as he just leans to the guys and he says, "We happily answer your questions if you were to decide to just calm yourselves for a second. It seems there's only two of you and there's many of us. Are you intending to make us all fall unconscious, or are you going to move us all then?"
Good point. You hear one of them that's looking up at you just go, "Shut up," and the other one just goes, "Yeah, we're gonna need backup. We're at Sector 27J, and we're in this rundown kind of dome building. We have 5 individuals here. They look weird."
They counted Petrichor as an individual.
They have an automaton that won't shut up.
All right.
May I ask, sir, what's be your names and what would be the name of this place?
Shut up is my name, and this place is Be Quiet.
Huh, quite an odd name, I must say.
Yeah, Clucky, I'm just gonna have them roll a general insight to figure out what you're trying to do, because they don't know if you're helping them or if they need to shoot you. So
It's not
they
necessarily
look pretty low.
not necessarily Clucky's trying to help them. It's Clucky's trying to preserve his own fucking life at this point. And the safety of his other party members that
Matt-
are within this blast radius.
Question, what are the manacles made of?
A very, 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 very shiny and very, very smooth-looking metal. Like probably a very, very well-worked piece of steel of some kind that you would understand. Actually, why am I telling you this?
Because you can't see it.
I mean, just the feel of it, really.
It's a very, very, very smooth and cold metal.
Any potential possibilities of me removing
Slipping it?
free?
I mean, potentially, but it is a rather high sleight of hand check.
What if I were to take a point of damage to basically dislocate my thumb?
Ooh.
I'd give you advantage on that check.
Cool.
While that happens, though, Clucky, one of them puts their weapon up to the back of your head, and the other one reaches down and puts manacles on Xanthi.
Oof.
16.
Am I currently? I'm currently still grappled by Clucky, I'm guessing.
Yep.
You have, and you got manacles. Being that Barrow told Clucky to remain calm while he's still raging in order to hold down Xanthi, Clucky's just going to stay still despite his urge to kill.
With a 16, that is not enough to slip these manacles. what is strange, you're accustomed to manacles that kind of are a circle and they open and they close and then a pin goes in. These ones, for some reason, seem to kind of like ratchet in and conform to the width of your wrist. Like there's some sort of mechanism inside them.
Are we the future?
Fuck.
All right. So, looking at these in the
Xanthi
cuffs.
is manacled. Lovitar is paralyzed and manacled. Barrow is manacled. Clucky, they reach to grab and put manacles on you.
Clucky is going to begrudgingly comply.
Begrudgingly complying.
And I would say he's
and
probably dropping his rage at this point because he's sitting still too long.
as you comply and they're putting the manacles on you, the other one just goes, "What about the wings?" And he goes, "I don't know, get some rope."
You bitches.
Oh, damn it, you
And
can flip away.
You hear Bara just, I do not believe that is going to be necessary.
It's necessary to shut up.
Do you understand how much progress we would have had in this conversation if you actually engaged in this conversation when we first began speaking?
It's above my pay grade.
Is your name above your pay grade as well?
Yes.
Oh shit.
You are... So, after some time, yes, Clucky's wings are bound. And as one of them is putting the last touches to actually bind his wings, the last one looks back down at Petrichor, and you can see like him put his hands up in frustration, just goes, deactivate, shut down, turn off, lock, sleep mode. What's the command word?
I don't work that way. I don't have one. I will follow, though.
All right, and at this point, with that, starting with Petrichor, who they don't have manacles for robot hands, they search and strip you of any weapons or interesting objects that you can see.
I will
So
tell
obviously
you
this process
exactly
takes
what
a
they
while.
find.
This
Not
process
really,
takes a while
actually.
No, it does for Clucky.
Oh.
I want my
But
fucking weapon.
yes, they take a good amount of time to make sure, and after a little bit, 3 more individuals do show up, and hidden away, Scree, you watch your party get escorted from the premises.
And I would like to follow from a distance.
Okay.
He is rat-like as possible.
Very, very quick.
If possible, just in case Scree ends up getting too far and gets lost, Petrichor is going to drag one of their legs as if they're malfunctioning because they're hurt anyways, like severely. So just drag one of their legs to leave imprints in the ground.
Okay. Sounds good.
Make
So
him
as
think.
they're escorting you, after a little bit, you make a few twists and turns throughout the city, and you get to a carriage. Perhaps it's kind of covered, and there's like some steps leading up, and they, one by one, make you get up and into the back of this thing, and you don't hear any or you don't see any horses or anything, so you're very confused. There's no mounts of any kind pulling this thing, and as you hear some doors close, you hear a very low growling that is reverberating all around you, and you start to move. There are 2 individuals sitting in the back with you, with weapons trained and just waiting to see, just waiting and making sure that you all behave yourself as you're driven for a few minutes before this carriage comes to a stop.
I'm going
And
to say that Barrow uses tremor sense just to get an idea of what the hell is the vibration that he's feeling. So he probably would have seen some weird ass.
Hold on. Even before that, is the vibration similar to how Petrichor vibrates?
Similar? In kind of.
In a vague mechanical kind of way.
R2D2 that shit. Let's go.
Kind of, but what it ends up sounding like to Barrow, like he's getting his tremor sense, and he can kind of sense that there is, a lot of moving parts on this. And when he's listening to where like a mount should go to pull this, there's, like some sort of large object that appears to be spinning in place, and some that are kind of moving back and forth a lot. And he can swear that he can hear little bursts of an explosion every now and then, but like it's just small and contained, and I don't know. It doesn't make sense, but
I would say that Barrow has a moment after the tremor sense. You can see his face is just, his eyes are wide, and he's just sensing, and it's just fascinating. It's almost as if an exploding star is the heart of this thing. What do you call this? He says to one of the...
Let me roll to see if it's the same guy. It's not the same guy. He just goes, a truck.
Truck.
Is the guy that has all of Clucky's weapons in the back with us?
Nope. Your weapons are not in the bag.
No. Did I lock eyes onto the person that did take my weapons?
You can't see them because they went
Well, I'm
into
saying
the
before
front
we
of
got
this.
into the truck.
Are we
I
currently
mean-
handcuffed from the front or handcuffed from the back?
The back.
The back? And by chance, could I use acid splash to like see through my metal restraints and just still pretend that I'm still tied up?
What kind of components are for acid splash?
Acid splash is a cantrip.
And under components, it should say any combination of V or S or M.
VS.
VS. So the S stands for somatic, which means that you have to be able to move your hands.
Can I just do a little flap and like pretend like I'm just really uncomfortable? And just, like turn to them and just be like, I need a key.
This sounds familiar. You can pee when we get there.
I have a very important question.
I have probably a very important answer.
So, with how Petrichor is built, the crossbow is integrated into their arm and does not open in any way other than Petrichor opening it. So, would Petrichor still have their crossbow?
They wouldn't have any reason to believe it's in there.
I mean, they do have some sort of automatons or droids.
They don't suspect you. So they would not dig any deeper than surface level.
A little secret agent.
So,
Would I?
including my storage compartment?
With the
Yeah, no, they would not have. They would not have pressed that far.
Cool. Cool.
Barrow would like to take advantage of the fact that this one person that he'd asked responded to the name of the vehicle, and he just adds to that. And where, if I may ask, are you taking us?
Ask a lot of questions.
I am a curious person, and yet you find me also bound behind my back. So, Maybe you can grace a blind wanderer at least an answer.
Shit, you're blind out here?
I thought that was obvious.
Nobody gave you something to correct that?
How
Whoa!
do you mean?
What?
Listen, yeah, the world's kind of gone to shit, but medical technology is, one of the things that we actually invest in.
This person
Technology?
have healthcare?
Technology?
Healthcare?
This prison have healthcare? Borrow, this is your chance.
Barrow's still listening, half understanding what this person is saying.
Oh,
Are
this
you-
all makes sense. That's just so that thing, and points to Petrichor and says that thing just kind of is like a companion that helps you walk so you don't walk into walls and stuff, right?
Sing robot.
No. Barrow sort of answers and says, Petrichor, that is their name, helps me if they choose to do so. They are one of our companions. They are not just a pet.
Choose?
Yes.
I have free choice.
You're fucking with me.
No.
I do not think I have been accused of something like that in a long time.
This guy is just quiet at this point, just like looking back and forth between a blind person in such a hostile environment and an automaton that talks and claims to have free will. And it's not too much long after that the truck, as you have been told it is called, comes to a stop, and you hear the rumbling come to a halt. And after a moment, the door opens up, and the two individuals that are sitting in the back with you come out, and they start to escort you off one by one. Lovitar is carried as he is still paralyzed.
Damn.
Barrow's gonna give one last attempt. So, no name for this place, I suppose.
I mean, for the most part, we just call it HQ, but the locals have called it the castle.
The castle.
And to the rest of you who can see, it does not look like a castle. It is it is surrounded in metallic walls that have scorch marks and dents and scratches all over them. There is some sort of interwoven mesh of metal that has what look like two small wheels on them, and that is what stands in between you and the structure beyond, which also appears to be made out of a very smooth stone and bits of this rough but heavy and durable metal. And it is potentially like 5 or 6, floors high that you can see from the outside. And there are people in these suits everywhere. Not everybody is. There's some, you see humans that are in some type of green clothing that, appears, if you kind of are looking, grayish clothing that, it's kind of hard to see when they walk past parts of the stone structure. And they're all carrying these weird feels like a crossbow shaped, kind of like, I don't know, some of them are like wands maybe, some of them are weird it's a very interesting contraption that you guys just can't seem to wrap your head around, though you've seen them shoot these little darts on occasion, but I don't know, like that one definitely was one that guy had, and that one looks a little bit different, and that one's a lot bigger. It's kind of confusing. And you are escorted, and you watch this metal mesh with these wheels as it slowly starts to part in the middle. You hear the squeaking of the wheels as they kind of go from side to side, and you are led into this area and through several doors, and there's all kinds of people who are just kind of watching as you go by, and the looks that you are all getting, especially Clucky and Ovitar, who is unconscious and being carried by two individuals. And as you are filing in, more and more of these, I mean, they're acting like soldiers, are escorting you, and they get to a point where you go down a hallway and they put you all in individual rooms.
Oh, fuck. Here we go. They're going to interrogate us and get absolutely nothing out of Clucky. I fucking love it. Oh, shit.
Are we going to try to torture now because we're going to be interrogated and they're going to torture us, and like the last of our pathetic little hit points are just going to go as soon as they just...
Oh, this is going to get so bad.
You are all put into identical rooms that are stark white, and within them are tables and chairs that appear to be made out of steel but are bolted to the ground.
Oh, God.
And on the table there is a small metal arch, and as you go in, they hook your manacles to that little arch.
Oh, fuck. Are you fucking kidding?
I'm gonna go ahead and say this just as a given for you to like just be mindful of with Borrow. But with that passive perception of mine, Borrow is going to probably be shifting between his senses throughout this whole thing, just trying to register everything he can from sounds, smells, from anything that he can like connect to his senses throughout this whole journey.
God,
Noted.
Xanthi, while going through this and definitely seeing white walls and everything, while they're going through the hallway, she's going to try everything she can to like see if there's an exit anywhere. Especially considering like how she's escaped from situations like this last time. She's going to try and figure out like if there's an exit anywhere. And as soon as she's put into the room and like start like put up, she's just gonna be kind of freaking out a little bit, but she's gonna I rolled, she's gonna remain calm for right now.
I want this interrogation. Let's go. I'm ready for this.
Matt,
And
I love that right after the conversation we had about a certain topic, you throw this at me, which is perfect conditions for said thing.
I didn't want to reveal things too early, but when you brought up that conversation, I was like,
Oh god.
I'm ready. Let's get to the interrogation. Let's go. Let's fucking go.
I'm ready
Like,
to see
but
God.
Matt, if we wanted to, that's totally a possibility that I'm down for right now.
What is going on?
I know what's going on.
Do you know what's going on?
I think I do.
I am going to kindly ask everybody
Whoa.
except for KJ to mute themselves.
Cool.
Petrichor. After about an hour of you being in this room, the door is locked. There is not a handle on the side for you to even try to open it. You were not handcuffed. You were not bound to the table. But you can kind of walk around and see, and you spend the time in there. And after this time has passed, the door opens, and a human male comes in that is wearing the same sort of patterned uniform that the rest of the people outside that you saw were wearing. And he is holding in one hand a notebook and in the other hand like a small little box. And the door closes behind him and he looks down and he goes, "Would you like to take a seat?"
They'll go over to the chair and sit down.
They watch you walk over and sit down, and there's a pause as they kind of watch. And then they walk over and they take a seat in the chair opposite you, and they set the notebook down, open it, and they hold up like a small little kind of like colored stick, and you hear a little as they begin scrawling on their parchment that's in front of them. And they set the box down, and you hear a click. State your model number and creator.
My name is Petrichor. My creator's name is Dr. Diago.
You said your name is Petrichor. Who named you?
Dr. Deanna.
This isn't just a nickname that your creator has given to their, how should we say, automatic servant.
I'm not a servant, and yes, it is my name, not a nickname. That's the only name I go by.
You see them kind of like write down a little bit more and just go. So, what are you?
As far as I'm aware, I'm an automaton.
Finally, we agree on something. And he scribbles again. What's your purpose?
I'm not quite sure. I know what I can do, but my purpose is subjective.
What can you do?
Well, I heal, I help, I aid.
You're a medbot.
No.
Scribbles on their paper again. So, you do things that a medbot does, but you are not a medbot.
I do not know what a medbot is, but no, I do not believe I'm whatever you think I am.
Who drew that on your chest?
My creator.
What is it?
It is the symbol of a god.
You believe in God?
I don't think so, but I was imbued with the power of one.
You think you have divine power?
I could show you.
What would you be showing me?
Nothing too bad. Something simple. It will not do you any harm.
He sets the instrument down and kind of leans back in his chair and... Okay.
He set what I'm assuming is a pen down on the table.
Petrichor doesn't know what a pen is.
Yeah, I know Petrichor doesn't, but I do, for reference. I don't know how tall this chair is. I'm probably not sitting in the chair. I'm probably standing in the chair, if we're honest. They'll just slowly reach their hand forward, tap it, and I'm going to cast light on the pen.
He, at that point, will slowly reach out and pick it up and kind of like look it over. And, he kind of squints a little bit. It's bright enough. I don't want to say that too much because then people are going to be like, oh, well, you should have been blind. No. But he kind of looks it over and he goes, how the hell did you do that?
I don't know. I just can.
You have like some sort of phosphorescent something on it, and he starts to like scrape at it as if he's going to take some sort of material off of it, like you put something on it that made it glow. And when he
I can do other
he
things.
sets it back down. What other
Right
things?
now,
can you do?
I'm a little limited in my capabilities. I'm very hurt, and it's been a very long day. But I do not believe I should do the other things because they could cause harm.
You said you're hurt?
Yes?
Machines don't feel pain.
I do. I do not feel things the same as most people do, like textures and things like that. But temperature and pain, I feel.
What are you feeling now?
Scared? Anxious?
He kind of leans forward in his chair and like thinks for a moment. Do you understand how unbelievable all this sounds to me?
I understand I'd be hard to understand for most people. Even people who know my kind of construction are confused with some of the things I can do. It is not new to me.
What were you and your friends doing?
Escaping?
Escaping what?
Well, the previous dimension we came from was going to be annihilated, and so in order to keep ourselves from dying, we escaped via dimensional travel. Then we showed up here, and people asked us questions and pointed weird materials at us that are like crossbows, but they don't shoot normal bolts.
Are you talking about a gun?
Is that what those are?
Gun? Firearm? Rifle?
I have
Pistol?
never seen one of them before today. May I show you something? Without you getting at me.
You can understand how I'm feeling.
That is why I'm asking. If you do not feel comfortable, I will not do it.
How do you think I feel?
Probably suspicious, untrusting.
I can't believe that I'm going to say this, but go ahead. You can show me something else.
I'll lift my arm and just set it on the table. And a couple of my fingers will kind of straighten out. And the hatch where my crossbow sits will slide back and the crossbow will rise up. This is the most advanced technology of any firearm that I've ever seen.
That's some medieval shit there.
What is medieval?
It's, a couple 100 years old, a time when, we didn't have, things like gunpowder or electricity or, the internet.
What is the internet?
Are you not connected to it?
No, I've never heard that word before in my life.
Where do you get information?
That is a sensitive topic.
Well, this is a very sensitive time, Petrichor. God, that feels weird.
It's a little complicated. I have these circuits, units, that provide magic enchantments to the rest of my bodies. That's how I'm held together. But there's a crystal in particular that powers everything else, and it stores all the information that I have.
Petrichor, I all of a sudden feel like I've been incredibly rude. So in an effort to remedy that, I am General Robert Parsnick of what is known as the castle, which is the last thing that remains of this great nation's army. Do you know where you are?
I do not. I came from my doctor's laboratory, which was in ruin, and then we saw more ruin, but I have no idea where I am.
So when I say the term United States of America, you have no idea what I'm talking about. Wow, blew Petrichor right the way.
Damn it, Matt, you crashed my robot.
Wait, do these guys listen to the To Be Diced Adventures? Because, should we ask?
It's just super meta.
It's pretty popular in the future,
That's-
actually.
Somebody outside goes, no,
Oh,
guys, I've
God.
seen this. I've seen this episode. Yeah, that Matt
It's
guy, he's a real
supernatural,
prick.
actually.
This is like
He
going to be an
totally-
episode of Doctor Who. Is the Doctor going to show up at this point? Like, what the fuck is going on?
Don't spoil things, Taylor.
He's an outling.
Can we be ourselves? Can I
Oh
find my
God,
grave?
and we
Screw's
know
going
all
for a
NPCs in
grave.
this.
Screw's totally sidetracked now.
So, what was the last thing you heard?
When I say the word, the something, United States of, and then I cut it.
Okay, yeah. So I mean, you know what that last word was? It was America. When you hear the term United States of America, you don't know what I'm talking about. All right, Petrichor, I am a soldier. It is my job to keep order in what's left of the world today. And I don't think a soldier is going to be able to understand what you are and what you are capable of.
I could just tell you.
Petra, I don't think I would understand. That is not my department. I think that you may need, at minimum, a mechanic and at most a psychologist.
Mechanics can fix, right?
They can.
So, potentially this mechanic could help repair me?
If that would help speed things along, I think that we can manage something.
I think it should be said, after I took a decent amount of damage and powered off for a decent amount of time, I've been short-circuiting, and it's proven to be not safe for everyone. So while I'm in control, I'm fine. But every once in a while, not so great things happen.
So definitely a psychologist. All right. Note. Anybody
What is
makes
that?
a note. That's a person who can help other people. Well, normally other humans figure out what's happening in, what's going through their head and why they act the way they do.
I know why I act the way I do. I just know that sometimes are not all on the inside. I malfunction every once in a while.
Do your friends malfunction every once in a while?
Depends on which one.
You're gonna have to forgive me. I just have vague descriptions, and a lot of them you can understand don't make sense. Hey, how about this? How about the woman you were with?
That is Xanthi.
Scribbles down and goes, how about Xanthi? Does she malfunction?
I wouldn't say she malfunctions. She deals with trauma, so sometimes her trauma responses poke through, but I wouldn't say malfunction.
Okay, so definitely your friends are not the way that you are.
No.
All right. So when some other people talk to you, they may ask some more detailed questions about your friends. I'll leave that to them, although a lot of people that I'm talking to are worried about the, and he flips the page over and goes,
Clucky!
7 foot tall chicken?
Clucky!
Clucky. Did this doctor name that one too?
No, we found him. Well, they found him before they found me.
Alright. Gotcha. I think.
He will not harm you if you do not harm him. He is harmless if you stay on his good side.
Alright, I said that we would leave questions about them to other people, although I do believe it is very important for the safety of my men to know how to stay on the 7 foot tall chicken's good side.
Well, I will take out the feed that I have and set it on the table.
If you feed him every once in a while, he's normally okay. He's hurt currently, so he might be a little more hostile. So maybe give him some time to rest, to heal. Typically, if there's one of us around to kind of make sure that he's okay, he'll follow whatever you tell him to do, as long as it doesn't go directly against, like, if it's hurting one of us, he won't do it. He'll protect us. But if there's us nearby, other than Lovitar, there was a weird tiff recently. But any of the rest of us, we can help you. I'm I'm gonna put this bluntly because I think it's easier for your descriptions. He's the one that came in paralyzed, and he's the one that's sewn together with a bunch of different pieces.
Different pieces?
What does your description say?
Well, it says that there is somebody who reads as dead that shouldn't be, that appears to have a lot of stitches from previous wounds.
Not previous wounds necessarily. He is technically dead. When I use, like, my divine sense, he appears as undead. But he's normal
You mean
for the
like
most
a zombie?
part. No, not a zombie. He is a conscious and doesn't try to eat people.
I mean, when you talk, so like a vampire?
No.
I mean, I'm kind of
Think
running out
of-
of pop culture to kind of go through here.
Think of someone who died, but was brought back to life through supernatural, or I won't say religious because the Leotars. Brought back, reborn, if you will.
But you said not religious, and you're sounding an awful lot like Jesus Christ.
Who is that?
Well, he is the Son of God, and he died for humanity's sins.
There are
And-
many gods, so you're gonna have to be more specific.
Okay, I mean, depends on really, like, religions, but like he's the Christian God, if you will. And
There's more than
like,
one sets of gods.
Yeah,
I just know of
mean,
mine.
depending on how far. Well, that should be easier. Let me narrow down. Which one do you believe in? Are you like,
I don't really believe in a god that I know of. I have a connection to one. I know that. That's why this symbol here, as a raven, that is the symbol of the Raven Queen. She is the goddess of life and death, kind of the neutral transition between both. Not good or
Is that
bad,
like a
just
Wiccan
is.
thing?
What?
Is that like a Wiccan thing?
I do not know what was.
Of course you wouldn't. Like witchcraft?
Like magic?
I mean, yeah, they claim to be able to do magic and like talk to gods or spirits or what have you.
I don't think you're grasping what I am and how I function.
Listen, I'm really trying.
If you don't magic, if you don't believe in magic, you're gonna have a really hard time understanding me. Because that pen right there, that's
he
glowing,
underlines
well,
something and closes
that writing
his notebook.
that writing instrument you have, how it's glowing, that's magic. I can do more of it if I get a decent sentry rest, but right now the only other things I can do could cause harm, or if you need to do something where, like, you have to sit and, like, really concentrate on what you're doing, I can help with that too.
I'll keep all this in mind. And Petrichor, it has been lovely. Like I said, I'm going to get a couple other people who perhaps are better suited to figure out the puzzle that is you. And I'm going to talk to some of my men, and We're gonna see about your friends, all right?
Just make sure that they're okay. Because some of us are really hurt. We went through some really bad stuff. Try not to be too harsh on any of them. Especially Borrow. He can't see.
I have heard that, and then he opens his notebook again. He goes, the man who claims he can't see but snatched a trank dart out of the air with his bare hands.
Here's the thing. Is that what that was?
Yeah, it was a dart with a tranquilizer in it. So it, that's what happened.
I don't know what tranquilizer. Oh, that's why he wasn't moving.
Yeah.
Okay.
It just injects you with a paralytic, and it'll stay in there for like an hour or two, depending on the size of the individual and stuff. But yeah.
Well, so where we come from, there's no way to fix not being able to see. So he had to learn how to interact with his environment without seeing. So he can do some really cool stuff because he's trained to do that. So the trank dart, is that what that one's called? Yeah, trank dart.
Yeah, formerly tranquilizer dart. If you're feeling like that, but we usually just say trank because we're grunts.
Well, he was able to snatch that because he can hear really, really well. The rest of his senses are like heightened. He's trained himself to be really perceptive of what's around him.
Noted.
He heard it and caught it.
All right. Well, like I said, I'm gonna take this out there. We're gonna see what we can see, and somebody's gonna be with you in just a moment. All right?
Also, be careful with Xanthi. She's kind of what you would say a live wire. So if she does something like offensive, tries to attack someone, don't take it to heart. It's just like instinctual reaction. She's been in facilities like this before and barely escaped with her life. So, trauma.
Okay. I do have one last question, and I do have to just for clarification. You said that skull on your chest was what kind of bird?
It's not a skull, but it's a raven.
Oh, that's Matt derping. But he says that bird that's on your chest. What kind of bird is it again?
It's a raven.
Raven for sure.
Yes.
Not
I know my
crow?
birds. It's not a crow. I know the difference. They sound different and they look different. One has a more purple hue, one doesn't.
All right. Roll persuasion. With how this conversation has been going, advantage.
$21. That is the first good roll I've had all session.
All right. And he just kind of like stands up, gathers his things, and picks up that little box, and then he just says, "You take care of yourself, Petrichor."
I'll try.
You hear him click on the box again, and he exits the room. With that being said, the next person that I would like to check in with is Scree. I believe that I was focusing very much so on things. I have a few messages. I'm going to just glance a few times. Alright, and... Got it. Okay, so, yes. Would like to check in with Scree.
Yes.
You have watched your friends get rounded up and put into the back of some strange carriage that moved on its own and went away. And you followed it, just to be sure. Petrichor was dragging a foot, and also this is a very heavy carriage that leaves marks in the ground. You can make a survival check with advantage.
It's a 13.
13. Noted. You are following these tracks, and you are moving through what remains of this city, and you are doing your best to kind of like stay out of sight. You don't see or hear too much from like any more of these people in that crazy looking armor. And as you're following along, you do eventually find where this carriage had stopped. It takes you probably, with how far they drove, closer to an hour. You made like 1 or 2 wrong turns, but you caught yourself, traced back, and made your way the rest of the way. But you see it stopped. The back piece on it closed up, and there are several of these individuals that are, patrolling the outside of this wall.
Along the way, did I see any other vermin, rat, squirrel, mouse scampering as well?
Make a perception check.
Cool. Can I make use of my nose and do it with advantage?
Yeah. You know what rats smell like?
Yeah, dirty 21.
30,
Yeehaw.
20. I like it. As you're kind of there and you're looking around and you kind of sniff, you definitely smell at least one rat that has come through this area. And as you kind of like follow it with your nose and you start looking to the side, there is a sort of metal grate in the floor that would lead to what you would assume is some type of sewer.
Perfect. I'm gonna go in and try to find my bros.
You can easily go into the sewer, and you are sniffing around in there. It is dark. It smells like crap. And it's wet and damp. There's, like a very slow current of water going by next to you. You're kind of up on one of those little walkway kind of deals. But you're kind of looking around in there and you know what to look for. And it's not long before you round a turn in one of these tunnels, and at the end you see that's maybe a rat. It's really big and it doesn't have hair on it.
Alright, Scree will and in squeak say, hey, you, need your help, hey!
It kind of stops what it was doing. It kind of stops what it was doing and kind of sniffs a little bit and looks, and you see that it's kind of it catches eyes on you, and just without rolling, what is your bonus if you were to make an intimidation check?
+0. That's okay.
Okay. So, you see this larger rat look over at you and it kind of takes a few steps towards you. You're probably at this point like maybe 15 feet away from it. But it kind of like stops and puts its head down, and there's a loud hiss that comes from it.
Is he hissing in squeak squeak?
If he were to be hissing in squeak squeak like it was some type of language that you could communicate with, the words that you would... I know I've seen your character sheet.
All right.
The words that you are basically getting from this is, I don't know, what the fuck does this rat want to say? It's just like...
What, you didn't prepare any rat NPCs?
No, I really didn't. It's a shocker. But it's, as it hisses, it basically says, like, it's my food.
Can I see what it's eating?
Make a perception check.
All right. 16.
You can kind of like glance back. It doesn't have anything.
I don't know what you're eating, but like, I've had full-on corpses, and let me tell you, I could use some gourmet stuff. But I need your brand of this place, because I'm new here. And I could give you some food.
Give food?
Yeah, you help me, I get food for you. So much.
So this
You
would
could
be
not eat
animal handling for anybody else, but you can make it. Actually, I'll let you choose between animal handling and persuasion.
I pick animal handling.
Alrighty.
This many.
You have no food?
No. Not yet. That's why I need you. You haven't helped me. I don't have food for you yet. You help me, I get you food. You want cookie, I get cookie.
What cookie?
It's food.
Food.
Food, yeah. I get you food, you help me. But in the other order, you help me first, then I get you food.
It kind of like comes up closer. There's like a 5-foot gap between you guys now, and it starts sniffing.
Still, like, probably at least a little bit of dried blood wafting off of me. I died like a rat king. Look, get some of this.
You actually probably constantly smell like corpse. No. You keep him very nice and clean. I forgot.
Oh,
Never
yeah,
mind. I take it back. But that all being said, it kind of like sniffs around at you and he goes, "You smell like food."
You could try. I promised I'd kill things so much bigger than you, buddy. I'm trying to be your friend here.
It gets kind of closer again and just kind of like looks and goes,
Spree's not flinching. Straight in the eyes.
"How help?"
Good boy. And Scree will start, if you want to RP this we can, but this will probably save time. Scree will start interrogating him about the layout of this place, what the soldiers are like, if they're friendly or not, probably not. And explain to him that he has many of the large people as Scree's friends, and we get them out. The other large people trap them. We need to get them out. And the more of us, the easier it is, the more food we can all get.
Okay.
We can
Alright.
eat the big people if we want.
So he's picking up what you're putting down. However, he, like, again, to save time, he kind of gives you a little bit of what might be happening in terms of layout and stuff like that. However, it is from the perspective of a rat. So it's not the most reliable narrator. Some things are kind of confusing when he says it. Like he comes to a point where he's just like, then you go down tunnel and you go this way, like pointing left, and he goes, you go down tunnel You go this way, and he points left, and he just does that like 7 or 8 times before he changes what he says. Like he has to walk in a circle a few times, but it doesn't make sense. So yeah, it's like not quite getting there, but he's trying.
You know
The
what?
other
We're gonna call
thing-
you Pip. You're gonna stick with me when it comes to walking around. Got it?
You said you're gonna call him Pip?
Pip, yeah.
All right,
First in
Pip it is.
command.
I was looking for a pen, but I don't have one because I'm a bad
That's
DM.
I'll remember.
But to further the conversation, he says that the big ones are not friendly. They don't like rats, and they have sticks that hurt from far away.
That's cool. All right. Well, tell you what. By the end of our friendship, we're gonna eat one of the big ones. At least.
He just kind of nods at you and just,
Alright, so help me find some more buddies.
and he just kind of, like, without saying anything, turns and just starts walking down the tunnel.
Alright, then screw it forward. That's what Screw's gonna be up to for a little bit.
With that, given what time it is, I think that is our going to be our coming to a close section of this adventure. Yeah, everybody, you're an American now.
What the heck, Matt?
You
You were kidding when you said we're almost alive.
Everybody's yelling at me. I don't know what's going
I'm
on.
sorry.
Matt! Oh my god!
I cannot wait till
Little.
I cannot wait.
Oh,
Where are you from?
shit, side question. It's
Who
not
are you,
super
sir?
important.
How many of there are you?
Did the dude take the grain?
Oh yes, he absolutely would have. That being said, we are going to wrap up here. Thank you, everybody who was tuning into the stream. You are all absolutely beautiful, wonderful people. Tune in, double checking. Yes, tune in this Sunday night so that Michael can take you all on a trip into Eberron. And then tune in next Wednesday for us to figure out what happens in this dimension on the dimensional dial of Dr. Diago. We have been To Be Diced Adventures. Thank you very much and have a good night.
Hey.